kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
A pair of chilly-looking spotted hyenas lying at what appears to be a new den site. Quite a wonderful thing to find on a chilly, blustery, early summer's morning out here in the bush. I must say it's going to be wonderful. Welcome, everyone, to your safari live from the African bush. So, these two hyenas, well, we've got one here, there's another one on the top of the den over there. Looks like a new den site. Maybe a female has given birth in there and she's got very young hyena cubs, but I'm not sure yet. We haven't seen any young ones, but nonetheless, beautiful to have found this little spot a couple of days ago, and now to see a hyena here is quite wonderful. Hi everyone, my name is Mike, and behind the camera is Odie, and you've joined us at Eco Training Pridelands Conservancy, where we are having a very chilly morning. It's very windy, but hopefully the clouds will break and will bring us some warmer weather. But I guess we'll find out. Oh, the hyena looks like it's spotted something. There are actually a bunch of elephants also in this area. We can't see them so clearly. Oh, one hyena's gone. Where did it go? Inside? Oh, goodness, you can't even blink around this place before the animals disappear. I suspect we would see if that hyena had walked off. I think it's gone back inside the den, which makes me think that there might be very young cubs in there. So young that they're not really coming out yet, and she's suckling them, most likely. So they often call this a natal den. This could be, I'm not sure, a relative, another female maybe, a daughter, sister. It's very difficult to tell with hyenas, but let's see what it does. Is it going to go into the den? It would be unusual if it went inside. Oh my goodness, it is going inside. Oh, just having a look. I don't think it'll be invited inside though, especially if there's I'm not going to say another word because of course it's going to make me look a fool. Because it's going to go directly into the... Oh, no, being chased out. I didn't think so. Good try. So what's happened is if there is a female in there who's given birth, she's busy suckling and probably excavating, making the den a little bit more comfortable. And this one is just on the outside. It might even be, well, I don't think it would be a male. I don't think she would tolerate a male sniffing around at her babies. But it's very interesting. It's quite an exposed den, very exposed in fact, which is unusual. But maybe it gives them a good view of the surrounding area to see if there's any danger. If this mother hyena, this other one's walking off now, it's going to go and lie somewhere probably more sheltered. It is very windy and cold. And that mother hyena is probably going to have given birth away from the rest of the clan in order to just, get time with her cubs alone. This is all speculation, of course. I don't know if she's given birth yet. Maybe she's going to. I don't know. But once the youngsters are old enough, she'll probably take them to the rest of the clan and then all be at a communal den site, where they can have sort of safety in numbers and a bit more activity around them so the youngsters can socialize. Very social animals. Well, that was awesome. I guess we'll stick around here a little bit longer to see if she comes back out again. She's probably going to go and suckle though, and she might be inside for quite some time. But as you can see, that tree in front of us blowing in the wind, it's very chilly, and so a lot of the animals are probably going to be taking shelter, not really being too active, maybe waiting for it to get a little bit less windy. Hopefully, we'll find something again soon.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning here at Tswalu Private Game Reserve in Sabi-Saint, where the temperature for the day today, 16 degrees, 61 Fahrenheit. Pretty cloudy, a little drizzling. As you can see, some of these antelopes all just staring and watching, looking around for probably safety. Yeah, welcome to your Safari Live. I'm Andrew, and on camera this morning I have Neil, and this is how we're going to be operating, and this is how we're going to be looking for the animals. And we get into this position of this wildebeest here. We find some of them are still looking around, pretty much not sure what's happening. And we had a buffalo in the background also. They were kind of contacting. And there's possibly also was this, audio of lines, couldn't tell which directions. But for them to able to get into this open area, it's all about able to see far before they get attacked. They mainly form a small group like this, but this time they don't have any other antelope which will assist them to look around only on their own. But it's so that, it's still better that so many rise here. Wally, welcome to your morning show. You want to know how faster can the wildebeest run? Well, they're fast enough to run away from the lions. But you see, lions pick up speed of anything about 80 kilometers an hour for short distance. And at least they can pick up more than that for short distance also when they have to get away immediately from the danger. So, yeah, that's faster they can get. But it doesn't matter that faster speed, everybody, in terms of antelope, they pick up such a massive, a range of a speed. But being stalked, it's like crime, robbery waiting for you, not knowing in that route you take and somebody is hiding for you. So these prey are carnivore species, such as the lion predators. They ambush those animals that they know for sure they won't get them in terms of chasing. So they use a technique of making sure they get close enough, and when they start to chase, it won't take a few steps before they're on that prey species. And now they actually manage to succeed in killing. So many of our predators here, they don't use a lot of speed for such a long time, or massive speed, which we know of cheetah, which also use a huge speed for short distance to get that impala down. But with leopard and lions and these of other small cats, they don't do that. They use grass's advantage of getting close to their prey species. But even though then, these animals, they will alert quickly if they ever pick scent or smell of the predators. Megan, it's true, I agree with you. You say you love this pointer horn up. So you would see on this one, it's a lot of younger one. They haven't actually fully grown yet. They're still too young. You see this horn still pointing up pretty much, especially the one in the middle. The only time the horns point slightly curved forward, this is when they are anything about 3 years old. So we're looking at these young ones. They were last born in November last year. But you see how they grow up quickly. It's amazing when they're younger, they're actually not this color. You would really get confused if you come across this group here with their babies, which a lot of their babies are, kind of a reddish golden color, but far different to this color of animal. But they only change their color as they grow up. So you see how they are alert, but it's quite a bit helpful for them. The grass is wet and they're able to get the nutrition they want in grasses this morning before late. So I'm going to continue with my morning drive this morning, see if I can look around for this cat, lion specifically.
I am also hoping to find a cat this morning. It seems like a good morning for it. And watching some impala is always a good way to start if you want to go looking for cats. Now, these guys are out on quarantine, mostly relaxed. But every now and then they pop their heads up. Hi everyone, good morning, it's me, TRISHALA, and I've got Mpo on camera with me in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands. It's about 16 degrees Celsius, 61 degrees Fahrenheit, and it is rainy and gloomy. That's why I say it's cat-like weather. They won't overheat. And also, last night at about 9 o'clock, it sounded like Tlalamba that came past camp, calling quite a bit, so I'm going to check around Gallego Pan, Gallego the road as well. The bush is so lovely and open at the moment that we can see these impala out here in quarantine, and all the way in the distance we can see a lovely herd of elephant too. MGN, you say these impala are always busy eating? That is a very accurate observation there. They're always eating, and so are all the herbivores. Even these elephants up there, always eating. Got to get all your veggies in. Especially now, a lot of the impala ewes would be pregnant, so they'd really want to double down on the eating. Now, watching or be sitting in this area and being able to see the elephants and the impala is a really nice way to look at how different animals pay attention to each other. Because those elephants made a bit of a ruckus a little bit earlier on, just a few minutes ago, and these impala lifted up their heads, watched them, listened for a little while, and then back down to eat. You can see that the females are already getting a little bit rounded, which is wonderful to see. We're going to have to start making bets about when the first lambs will drop very soon. I'm still thinking about my date. I always call it too early. I always go for about the end of November, but it's generally in December. Tyler, you'd like to know how much grass they eat daily? Well, firstly, they're not just eating grass, but I know exactly what you mean. They're mixed feeders, so they're browsing as well. And how much vegetation they'll eat in a day? I really don't know. When it comes to impala, considering how much they move around, it's going to at least be a few kgs. I would say that maybe generally herbivores eat about 3 to 5% of their weight. So that's a good rule. Hippos eat less than 5% of their weight, and that's because they're actually very energy efficient animals, but generally that's a good rule. Lovely, lovely sounds. Bit of a scratch, and they're slowly moving. I think we're also going to move now and check out the Gallego Pan area, like I said. Carpenter, you want to know when exactly do the impalas have babies? Most of them drop their lambs in December. But obviously it's not, they're not going in for a C-section, so you can't accurately predict the date. Sometimes it can be right at the end of November, Sometimes it can be mid to late December. But I found that mid-December, about the second week of December, is a good time. It's when you really start to see them. And then by about January, you're seeing quite a few lambs all about. So they're going to try and drop their lambs at a time when resources are quite abundant. And that is in the peak of the rainy season, so that's December, January. By all giving birth at that time, they also flood the environment with so many little lambs that it becomes saturated, and then predators, the survival of the lambs are better because predators can only eat so much. So it's a really good strategy. Anyway, I'm going to head off to Gallagher Pan now and see if we can get lucky with some spots.
So it's not the easiest view of an elephant. We're quite far away, and you can see it's very windy. But we just left the hyena den. She was inside. She didn't come out again. Just wanted to show you the elephants are quite close. Actually, we came to the den last night to have a look, or yesterday evening, and the elephants were there. So they haven't moved far. In this sort of very windy environment, windy conditions, the elephants probably won't move very far, because it's not comfortable for them. So they'll probably just stick around here. They're mostly just eating the roots and the twigs from these sickle bushes, trying to just get whatever nutrients they can from this environment. And it's quite interesting because the hyenas are not bothered by the elephants. They were basically standing on the termite mound. So the hyena was probably inside suckling her youngsters, quite safe in there. And the elephants are not causing them any concern. The termite mound that the hyenas were in, these elephants would be eating lots of the vegetation from around it, because the termites have created this little island of nutrients from all the dead material that they take underground, and they enrich the soil, which makes the trees and sticks and roots and grasses around the termite mound much more nutritious. So it's good for the elephants and any other animals at this time of year when there just isn't much about. It's quite interesting. Mostly what you can see within this elephant is its white tusks. They blend in so well to this sort of grey and dreary environment, especially on a day like this when the sunlight isn't, illuminating their grey backs. So they blend in quite well. It's amazing for an animal that's the largest land mammal to hide so easily amongst these bushes and twigs. And they're so silent as well. Yesterday, one of these elephants, it's not one of this group because this is a bunch of females and they're young, I'm sure, but I'm not sure, actually. This is just very far. They did seem to be some young ones. But yesterday, an elephant basically walked right through our camp, and I was busy studying, and this thing came, within meters of me, and I didn't even hear it until it made a little sound with its foot shuffled on the ground as it was moving a chair. It actually moved a chair in order to get past it. A very polite elephant. And it gave me a huge fright, and I scurried to the other end of the table. And it was a very, very polite elephant, though. It didn't do anything. I can't tell. Are these a bunch of males? This could be a group of bulls, maybe following the herd that we saw yesterday evening. It's very difficult to tell amongst all these trees and bushes. And the silent giants of the bush. Gentle giants most of the time. But of course, if you get on the wrong side, we watched Kumo, the massive elephant bull, or one of the biggest elephant bulls, pulling down a whole tree yesterday. Viola, that's a great question, and I think it changes. When the environment is great and green and luscious, they're probably feeding on a lot of what we used to call acacias, because that's highly nutritious. But what I've noticed is that at this time of year, when it's very dry, they seem to be focusing a lot of raisin bushes to get to some of the roots. In fact, there's some raisin bushes just here. I don't know if it's going to show very nicely for... Yeah, there you go. Odie's got one. So that's a raisin bush. And the elephants have been literally plucking these whole things out of the ground to get to the roots. I don't know... That's particularly maybe the most nutritious at this time of year or what. But every year we seem to notice the elephants focusing on a different tree. it's almost like they know if they pulled out every single one of a specific species of tree, there wouldn't be any more of that tree. And so they sort of split their time between different trees. In fact, in this area, Pride Lands, you'll be hard-pressed to find a single tree that doesn't show some sign of an elephant having fed upon it. So it's quite interesting. I've read a few articles also detailing that, and I know a few researchers are actually trying to find out whether at different times of year elephants really do focus on specific trees in specific areas. So Viola, they probably do individually have a favorite tree that they like to eat, but they seem to focus on different trees every year. But it's a great question. There's a knobthorn right here. Sorry, Odie was just pointing out there's a knobthorn. So they're also feeding on a lot of knobthorns. Kumo, that very big elephant bull, pulled a whole knobthorn. See this tree that's right here? Pulled one of these basically right down, next to where our vehicle was, and we went to film it. And all the other elephants came flooding in because, of course, they couldn't have reached that branch. And it was very interesting to watch them all coming together to feed on one particular tree. Interesting to watch them.
Welcome, and a very warm welcome it is to everybody. Welcome to Tswalu Kalahari. Beautiful sunrise just about to peek over those mountains. My name is Kyle, and behind camera is Glenn. Good morning, everybody. Fantastic morning. We are slowly making our way to the rock stars, the meerkats. And along the way, we found this wonderful structure. We were talking about horn development a couple of days ago, and this protective layer that grows around the horn and grows with the horn as the bony interior grows with the animal. And we were talking about this sheath growing around it. And to show you guys quite clearly, look on the inside. Let me come a little bit closer. Are you okay there, Glenn? Yes. Got it. All right. So it's totally hollow. And as the animal grows, this sheath encasing the bone will grow with it. And I mean, it's hollow all the way to about up to here. So it's quite a way away. So this would have been the start of the horn growth when the animal is still quite young. And then so over the years, it's grown. Nice defining rings. This would wear down with age as well. When it comes to male-on-male combat, these rings will wear down. Even the animal putting the horns in the bushes, doing a bit of horn thrashing, this will also get worn down. But this is very important that when these two animals interlock their horns, that these ridges actually lock into one another, and you're really having a stand of a really strong point of grip where these animals can test each other's strength. But really nice to see, once we find a kudu horn, you'll see that a kudu's sheath, the keratin sheath, will also dislodge itself from the actual skull. And it's pretty remarkable to see that. But what a dangerous weapon that is. I mean, that is so sharp and so strong, it's not even fun. That'll go straight through somebody. And the power of these animals, I mean, if you look at them, they don't look powerful. But once you handle these animals, power to weight ratio is absolutely frightening. Alrighty, so I hope everybody's having a fantastic morning. We are going to head a little bit more south, another 2 kilometers down into that area over there. You can just see the sun starting to illuminate it, and that's what we want for the meerkats. They want that sunrise, where we're going to sit all together and bask in the sun.
Good morning and welcome to Anbion Gala. We have found a very large hyena just sleeping in the grass here, keeping an eye on us. Sleeping with one eye open, I should say. My name is Marna, and with me on camera is Gert. So it's an overcast morning and nice and cool. You can see we're all wearing jackets as well. And this hyena, she's probably been on the move for most of the evening. And it's quite common to find them in the mornings or during the day, just resting like this. Sometimes even in water and around water holes. we've been saying, she's got a very, very large belly. Now, if we zoom in to the left on the head there, you'll notice just on the other side, there's a bit of blood there. So I believe she probably, and even on the neck, you can also see like a reddish tinge. So I believe she probably had a meal last night or maybe early this morning. But we also think that she might be pregnant. She's quite close to a den site here. We know there is a hyena den that's close by. So we frequently see hyenas in this area. So I think that's a combination of maybe a full belly and some youngsters there. Incredible how well she blends with this grass. We had a tiny little bit of rain last night, so hopefully soon we'll see some green grass coming out in this area as well. Starting to see that in other areas in the reserve. Very, very sleepy. Now the reason I'm saying she's probably pregnant as well, when we arrived, she turned our way, and I could see that her mammary glands were also swollen. So it means she's lactating. So I think there are some babies there. Or she's going to give birth soon. And they'll give birth like year round, any time of the year really. But with most of them giving birth when it's green and there's a lot of food. Every now and again you'll see she lifts her head. She's just listening. When we just arrived, we also heard hyenas calling behind her. Even though she looks like she's passed out, she's very aware of what's happening around her. Not too fussed with us though. I wonder if she stole something or if she hunted something by herself. A lot of the times here, we see the hyenas hunting. And in this area, I think they actually hunt 50% of their own meals. A lot of people think these hyenas mostly scavenge, but they're actually incredible hunters. And if you've tuned in over the last few days, you've probably seen the hyenas trailing the wild dogs that they've been having and stealing their carcasses. So Isaac's asking, what do hyenas like to eat? Isaac, a whole bunch of things. They're carnivores, so they mostly eat meat, but anything, ground birds. We've seen them taking tortoises. They've got incredibly strong jaws, so they'll crush anything they can. A lot of the times they'll take the leftovers from the lions. So if the lions have caught something large like a buffalo or a giraffe, they'll go in and they'll eat all those big bones. But then, like I said, they'll hunt for themselves as well. So we'll see them catching impalas. We've seen them catching wildebeest. We've even seen them hunting buffalo. So anything from like the smallest little animal to a big buffalo, hyenas will take. And very opportunistic, so they'll look for if there's a weak or an injured animal, they'll go for that one. They're incredibly successful. Yeah, that was an interesting, now that I mentioned the tortoise. The one morning we found a hyena just crushing up the shell of a tortoise. And sometimes you'll find, I think I've mentioned this before, after hyenas have eaten bones, you'll see these white like balls lying next to the road. So the scat goes white because of the calcium in there. And then sometimes what you'll find is these tortoises will actually go and they'll feed on the hyena scat. So just to strengthen their shells as well, because of all the calcium in there. So that was kind of like full circle, seeing the hyena eating the tortoise. Right, I think we're going to leave her to a nap, and we'll continue and see if we can find anything else.
The bush is full of amazing and just a little bit disgusting cycles. But matter is matter. We've all got to make do. This elephant just had an encounter with a hyena. I couldn't identify it just yet. He didn't run up and charge it or anything like that. But he had his trunk up in the air and he walked straight towards it, and the hyena just said, "Oh, well, I'm going to walk. I'm just going to keep on walking." Now, we are on Gallagher's shortcut. So it's nice to just sit and listen. And it's interesting that we found the hyena and a good sign. So we're going to follow it up the road after our... Did you hear that? After our time with this elephant. Very roll, rumble. Hello, young mister. Just love to watch them and listen to them. Emily, you'd like to know when they teach the young elephants to knock down trees. Please excuse our rain roof pole there. It's not something that's taught, rather it's something that's learned from watching adults. And they don't push down trees. The necessity to push down trees comes from wanting to eat certain bits of the tree. It's almost like they get carried away. Carried away with scratching themselves, which accidentally pushes down a tree. Carried away with eating the tree cambium, which also puts weight on the tree. So it's not an intentional act. He's actually going to the pan now. We should go and watch him have a drink. Let's turn around and watch him have a drink. He's very close to it. It's very nice. So he's just a couple seconds from the pan. Yes, so baby elephants are not taught to push down trees. Once they start getting the taste for the tree cambium, and then the pushing down of trees is inevitable. Daniel, you'd like to know if adult elephants have any predators? No, they don't. They don't, in fact. After an elephant is about 5 years old, it's big enough to be very difficult for any predator to take down. It's not just the difficulty of size and weight, but also the fact that these animals live in groups, close-knit groups. So there he comes. And being in a close-knit group means that they're always going to be protected. Now he's hiding. Oh, out you come. Just lovely. He's walking straight to the panel. I'm going to sit here and hopefully he'll have a drink for us.
Greetings everyone, and welcome to the Masai Mara of Kenya. We have a pair of lions walking in this savannah. My name is Tim, and behind camera we have Big James. Right here we have one male and a female this male is courting the female, and we hope that they will mate soon. I'm gonna change position for you guys so that you can be able to see it better, but the female is not accepting him, so we hope that soon there's going to be an acceptance. Let's follow and see what will happen here. Now this male is not from this pride. That's why the female is not accepting him. And I hope that she's gonna be accepting him soon. In a good position, James. Look at how big that guy is. His name is Plitsnos or Bob Marley. The lioness that we see there, she's from the Ololo pride. He's brushing off his mane, rubbing the scent on the bushes there. A little hairdo. And then maybe he might scent mark by peeing on the bushes. Very nice and big male lion there. The lioness has come into estrus, but before she comes to mate with this guy, she has been doing some offensive and defensive facial expression and some posture that he sure is not welcome by her. So in time before it gets to mate, lions do this, and sometimes this allows them to have a bigger male with a more strong genes to come and mate with the female. But if that one doesn't happen, then definitely she will have to mate with this guy. Lorna, thank you so much for your question. How long will this male attempt to court her? I think it might be 2. If it goes on, only like 3 days. Only suspected, only take about 3 days. So yesterday was the first day, so expecting today and maybe tomorrow. Then after tomorrow, she'll be ready to meet him. So, but today we've seen a mild expression of aggression, but then soon that will be into acceptance. You can hear her growling, keeping off, saying that you're not welcome here, just keep your distance. At this time of social distance, I think she's also practicing social distance as well. Looking around, watching if there's something else coming in. I think when you look at his mane just below the mouth there, you see that he's got some dreads there. I think that's the reason why they've nicknamed him Bob Marley. Still fit, and I'm sure he he'll bring a strong gene. Look at the split nose. The reason why it's called split nose. Very handsome male lion. He decided to go around the bush to keep his distance. He's gonna rest there. It's warmer around here, so at least he's going to sunbathe for a little while before they decide to go on a move. Poor guy. Look at how beautiful this is. He blends in very well with the grass. From a distance, you couldn't even tell there's lions here. See the Ololo escarpment, the black backdrop there? So, being the second day, I'm sure by the third day, tomorrow maybe she'll be tired and ready to mate. So there's what we call reversed ovulation. This happens because sometimes you find that when females come into estrus here in the wilderness, be it lion or maybe other animals, then there's some males that are within the females. So the reverse ovulation helps in time before the big males arrive. And sometimes when these lions or her playing the hard to get game might allow another male to come in. So if, let's say, for example, this was a young male. So in time before the big male will come, then it will be in a very good time to mate. But then again, this is, as it's going to take a while, it's also important to note that lions do the same, because this has to allow her to go into ovulation. I don't know what he's seen there. These lions have a very sharp eyesight. At this time, he will protect her from any intruder, and any male that comes around her, he will be aggressive towards him. Do you want to go around? Yeah, I think she wants to go on a move. See the aggressive facial expression. You're not welcome, guy. But you have to court her. He's scent marking, peeing and then rubbing the pee on his hind legs. So if another lion comes around here, he will definitely pick the scent. And sometimes that is what lions follow when they walk to find other lions, by smelling on the scent trail they leave as they walk, because that is typical what they do. Pee and then rub that pee with their hind legs. Off you go again. See the same spot where he rubbed his scent, the same spot that the female has come back. A little hairdo? Yes, let me follow you. As soon as... Lena, thank you for your question. The collars could never get too small, because when they fit the collar, they at least allow it to have space to adjust and to move around this neck. This is simply because sometimes when they're too tight, it can be a problem to the lions. So they don't fit to disturb the lions. So they always have an allowance to make the lions comfortable, or whatever species that might have to be collared. This is basically to help in scientific research. So they have also to have an allowance, because when it's too tight, sometimes when these animals are walking through the bushes, then they can end up maybe dropping off or cutting off and dropping down. little straight there. Look at her expression. As soon as the male walks towards her, she gets a very defensive mood and a different facial expression. You can hear growling softly. That is typical of feline or this kind of cats. There's a scratch on the neck there. Yeah, I think your neck is too scratchy, so you need a little bit of a scratch there. I think she's enjoying it. That's super nice. While she does that, she keeps on growling. While he's just admiring her and just staring away. And by doing that, she also rubs her scent there. So whatever lion that will come here will also get to smell this, because this is the pride area or the core area of the Ololo pride. Jacqueline, thank you so much for your question. If she gets pregnant, will she leave her pride? If she gets pregnant, she'll still be with her pride. For example, after she mates and she conceives, she will go back and join the pride. But when she's about to give birth, that is when she will leave the pride to go to a secluded area where she'll give birth to her cubs. But within the time frame that she's pregnant, she'll still be accompanying her pride. I think this lioness has picked up a salon for hairdo. I wonder what we'll call that name of that salon. So as he keeps on watching her, he has to look around because other male intruders might come in. I saw Olalashe, who is the pride male of these lions, coming around this area. So we hope that it will not be a clash. As we wait here, watching these lions for their next move, remember we're coming in from 6 different locations, so I'm going to send you to another safari vehicle.
Hello there. Well, it's not quite lions in the Mara, but we've got something I think is equally cool. Driving along, found this very cool feather, and Odie said, well, this could be a good segment. So I actually had a feather from before. I think you might remember I talked about this. This is an owl feather. Well, we think it's an owl feather. And this massive feather over here, I think might be the feather from a vulture. Maybe a white-backed vulture, which are quite common in this area. But what I wanted to point out is the extreme differences between
Jumbo, hello, and we might have lost some feet there in Primeland, but you could imagine us broadcasting all the way from the African wilderness. Sometimes we face some technical challenges, but on a bright note, did you see that dive there? We got some baboons on top of those trees, and they're basically feeding. And my guess is they're getting some fruits or any berries or any soft leaves from those trees there. And these are what we call the olive baboons. And how is everybody doing? Jumbo, my name is David. And as usual, come with me this morning. Say, Bungay, how are you? Sorry, we have been missing in action for a few minutes, but we are back and we are in business, and we have gotten for you a big troop of baboons, and they're feeding very early today. I mean, it's not for me normal to see them going on top of trees before 8 o'clock here in the Masai Mara. Yeah, I mean, it's just before 8 o'clock. But I think either they slept hungry or they did not feed very, very well yesterday. And I'm sure all my colleagues have told you to send us questions, to send comments, and as usual, you can do that using hashtag World Earth on Twitter or at FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. And for the small ones, kids questions at worldearth.tv. Now, in this particular area where I am is where I've been seeing the leopardess that's called Romy. And Romy got 2 cubs. But now for the second week, she has been missing in action. And for only one obvious reason: baboons and leopards are not friends. So what I've been telling Bungay on camera, we need to go to a different territory. We need to put our nets much further from this area, because these baboons have been here almost every other day, which would translate to Romy not coming back here so long as they're here. Well, the young baboons, I can tell you, they'll not be eating. They'll just be being playful. Helen, good question. And you're asking the leaping strength or power of these baboons. I have seen one, but that was a youngster, leap from one tree to another 5 meters. But I tell you, you see like the one on top there, I'll tell you how she landed on the other tree. It was like a piece of cake. She landed on the other tree and held a branch by one hand and started swinging. And for me, I thought, she's gonna miss and fall. And that tree was about 15 meters from the ground. So 5 meters, that's the longest I've seen a leap from one tree to another. And it reminded me of some other smaller monkeys that we call the black-faced vervet monkeys, which also do the same. See how comfortable that is? Renee, Jumbo, and how are you? And you're saying these are your first baboons since joining the drive. Excellent. Stay tuned, Renee, because what may happen, we'll be driving in an area where I've always been seeing these baboons, and possibly we might see a troop or more of these baboons on the ground, and that will give you more view, or rather, that will give you better visuals. And baboons to me are like elephants. They will always be doing something. So when you watch these primates either feed or play or grooming each other, they just keep you engaged, Renee. So do not go far, stay tuned. Sometimes you get the mothers disciplining the youngsters and you hear them screaming. Sometimes you see the males fighting. You see them displaying the big canines. It could be anything. But I'm happy you are seeing them for the first time. So right in there. They could be feeding, they could be playing. So it's a big one. See how they shake that tree? It's a big number of them there. Pune, you're asking whether the tail is prehensile. I have not seen baboons using their tails to hang their body. I do doubt. I would highly doubt. It could be possible, but I would say more of a no than a yes. I haven't seen them using their tails like other smaller monkeys just to hang their bodies. I mean, I would say one, these olive bones are pretty heavy, and the tails are rather stiff to me. I think they have so many vertebrae bones in them, and I wouldn't think they would be prehensile like, the lips of giraffes or the lips of the black rhinos. I would highly doubt. You see some of them are on the ground there. And of course, baboons are omnivores. It depends on what they're feeding. So the ones on top there are vegetarians. Sometimes when you see them on the ground, they could be carnivores looking for insects. But I'm thinking this particular gentleman here, and I'm calling him a gentleman because of his size and huge mane, he's keeping guard. The baboons are very clever primates. They'll always have one male keeping an eye as the rest are feeding, and keeping an eye against, I would say, leopards or maybe lions or maybe any other animal that could be of concern to them. Beach girl, Jumbo, and how are you? And you're asking, do baboons have a mating season? No, beach girl, what happens here? Baboons will breed, will mate all around the year. They'll give birth all around the year. So, beach girl, if you're going to be lucky later today and we see this troop or other baboons in the ground, you're going to see there'll be different ages of their babies, and that would mean they mate different times, they give birth different times. So they do not have a defined breeding season like some of the animals, like the wildebeest. So baboons is any time of the year they'll have babies, and you see in a troop babies of 6 months, babies of 10 months, and babies of 1 year, 2 years going forward. Well, I think that was a very good way to start our drive, as much as we've been out of action, for pretty good 45 minutes. But now we're here, me and Bungay, and excited to look for some animals for you. So we're moving forward, hopefully, if you're lucky, to see some lions and possibly also to look for my friend Jasiri, the baby elephant. We'll be taking you over to another location right now.
Beautiful, David. I'm also was very much happy to look around here for lions, but unfortunately, I know it was a one female that you seen moving into a very thicket. The guys couldn't keep up with her, so I have to come this far near Chillicut Line on Central Road, where now I stayed here with these plain zebra. And I was keeping an eye on them just to see if they're seen anything threatening them. But every now and then they all just stop feeding and then look around and listening. A lonely lioness. She probably lost from the rest of the pride. I'm not sure. Nobody identified her which pride she could come from. Could be maybe one of the Wankuhuma that they maybe were near around, during this cloud. It happens a lot in the mission of a hunting. You're able to communicate well to rejoin again. That's what I was hoping to find if this happened. Maybe come across her. But if she's around or it happens ever, seeing this zebra, look, maybe she was just going to take time and use her experience stalking and maybe also checking for a wind. The wind died down. So in that case, this animal also very good on listening, whatever makes noises, and they are able to pay a lot of attention to that and maybe even get out of here. Alan, welcome to the morning show. Your show here. So, with the zebra, since the system is very different to most other herbivores, animal, so they have a system which works on zebra. They have a system as what the rhinos have, elephants has, what donkey has. So they have one stomach, which then they're free handicap fermenters, which everything they eat it goes to ferment, but then they have to rely on bacteria which break down the fiber, and every time they eat, and these bacteria they have to have them on their tummy, otherwise then there's a problem. But that doesn't really take long for them to digest. But it's not that with those animals, and they chew cud, and they're limited in terms of feeding. So this animal, they feed. Every time you see them, they eat. Digestion is quicker because these bacteria, they don't, have to break down this cellulose for 100%. And a lot of time you come across their defecation is all twigs, grasses. So the process doesn't take long for them to ferment, and they defecate every now and then. So which means the grasses that they eat in a few hours, maybe early this morning, by noon, it will be turned to poop, being defecated, because these bacteria, they do a lot of work on these animals, and they never stop helping these animals in terms of digestions. But if they ever go hungry, then it's a problem. These bacteria, indeed, you're right. Especially with the zebra, there are, and more specialty species, plain zebra or petrol zebra, we find in this whole entire reserve around here, all surrounding northwest of this place, the entire Kruger National Park. Plain zebra or petrol zebra, they're one of the animals that they are well, healthy-looking animals every time, and they're animals that they sustain whenever it's a drought, because they don't really struggle on feeding. They take as much as they can, so they don't really choose in terms of grasses. And that's why when they have to go for toll, they have both top and bottom canine able to help them bite grasses, more especially top end grasses. And that's what they prefer. But now this time they don't look like they have any other antelope here, where sometimes they associate with wildebeest and impala. And is that because maybe they're all just scattered around everywhere, this kind of a cloudy morning? Star shine. Welcome to the morning show, the world earth, your show. So this animal lifespan is anything from 20 to 23 years old. In the wild, really you see them succeed. Sometimes die of age of 15, sometimes the age of 10, some that don't even reach up to even 10 years due to the, enemies they have a lot of challenge of survival lines. When they're younger, fall can taken down by a male leopard, bunch of hyena. Even this age, when there's a lot of hyena, luckily we don't have this massive packs of hyena that they all cruise around here together. But in some places, well known of taken down by a hyena. But 23 years, that's a roughly lifespan for a plain or beige zebra. I'm gonna wait and probably leave them here if there's nothing happening. Look for more.
So as I was mentioning before, this over here, I think, is a vulture feather. And this one here is the feather of an owl of some sort. I'm not sure which one, maybe a spotted eagle owl, maybe a Verreaux's eagle owl. It's not so easy, but it's quite cool. They have differences, right? This very big, long feather, used for flight. This smaller feather, probably also used for flight. But the main difference is that this one is soft, very soft and fluffy, because an owl is a hunter and it needs to be silent when it flies in order to catch its mouse prey that's sitting in the ground in the grass at night as they fly. See, look how soft and fluffy that looks, right? And when I touch it, you can see how it moves. Now, this one here is a vulture feather. Okay, so the vulture is just using this big, long, stiff feather to fly and soar on the thermal winds. And they're not hunters, so they don't need to be quiet. So you've got a very sharp edge over here. Now, it's also quite soft, but it is sharp on the edge, so it makes a little bit more noise. But what's amazing is how stiff and rigid this is. You can really imagine how people used these quills as pens in the old days, because it's very, very stiff and it's hollow. So ink can go up inside here, because of course this grows just like anything. So there's blood vessels and things inside here, and it helps this thing to grow. But I just thought it was really amazing, the comparison. I mean, they're both fairly large birds. Vultures obviously much larger than these eagle owls, but the feather shapes are so different because of the differences in their flying patterns. I always find feathers so fascinating, and it's so amazing that you're able to define a bird's characteristics or their hunting style or their behavior just by certain parts of their body, like their bills or their feathers, and that's really amazing. So we don't often get to see big feathers like this, or in fact I don't anyway, so that's pretty cool. Harriet, feathers do grow back on birds. When a bird's feather gets plucked out, let's say it's this primary flying feather, oh, my arm's getting very tired, I'm going to have to hold it a bit like this. So if this primary flight feather got pulled out from a vulture's wing and it's not able to fly, imagine how much of a disaster that is. So they can lose quite a lot of feathers, and they can still fly because they've got lots of them, but they do grow back eventually. It takes some time though, but they do grow back. And I used to have a pet, what was it, a cockatiel, I think. I used to live in Australia. So I had a pet cockatiel. And this cockatiel was very old, and it started to lose the feathers on the back of its head. We always used to scratch it there because it liked the feeling of the little scratches on its bald head. But those feathers did not grow back. It was getting very old. Now, obviously, in captivity or in homes, pets tend to live much longer than animals would in the wild. So in the wild, if a bird got that old, it probably wouldn't be alive anymore. But certainly, yeah, they will grow these feathers back. Yeah, that would be weird. Hey? I mean, and often what I've seen before is a big bird which needs their primary flight feathers for soaring. When they lose a feather on one side, they tend to also be missing that same feather on the other side. I don't know if that's just to help balance. I don't know if they pluck it out themselves. I don't know if it's just natural the way they fall. I don't know what's the story. But it is quite often when you see a bird flying and it's missing a feather on one side, it'll often be missing an equal feather on the opposite side. So, yeah, I think we're going to find a lot more feathers over the coming months, because we've got the spring and the summers coming, lots of birds being born, lots of young birds, lots of predatory birds hunting, and of course lots of eagles in the area. So we might start to see a lot more birds' feathers around. So if I do find them, I'll start to collect them, and maybe we'll do another little show and tell once we've got a whole bunch of different feathers, which would be really, really cool. Ivy, that is a good question. Ivy, I don't know. I mean, this one here is probably about 40 centimeters long. Is that, no, maybe 30. This is maybe just over 30 centimeters long. It's like the length of a ruler at school. And I've seen them a little bit longer than this, so probably I would say a vulture's feather might get up to 40 centimeters long, like this much longer maybe. But a vulture is not the heaviest bird that flies. It's one of them. But the heaviest bird that flies is a Kori bustard. Right? And that bird can weigh, I think, 13 kilograms. 13 kilograms. That's really heavy. And that's like a small dog. Right? That's like, it's like heavy. And for a bird, that's very heavy. Anyway, the Kori bustard's feathers are very long and very broad because, of course, it needs all the power and lift it can get to get off the ground. A feather like this probably wouldn't be big enough, or one feather obviously, but many feathers together would be big enough, or enough. But his feather is very long, a Kori bustard feather. If I find one of those, I'll definitely show. Oh, there's another big bird that's just coming into the... Sorry, I got very excited. There's a woolly-necked stork that's just arrived at the dam. We'll show you that in a moment, because that bird also is very big and also has massive feathers.
Oh, we also have some birds. A pair of water thickneys here at Buffelshoek Dam. Interestingly, the one closest to us there just got up. It just got up from sitting down. Perhaps that means a nest? Maybe. They would also be, as with most birds, resources are most abundant coming to the end of the year. In fact, with most animals, so lots and lots of new babies can be expected in the next few months. And some water thickney babies would be awesome too. I just can't see if there were actually any eggs there or not. Now, their laying dates are pretty much quite similar to our spotted eagle owl, just a little bit later. So spotted eagle owl laying dates peaked in October, while these guys' laying dates peak a little bit later, so anything between October and December. That would be awesome. And they are ground nesting birds, so they have just a simple flat scrape in the ground. You would think I would never lay my eggs if I were a bird on that patch of ground because it's just too exposed. But ground nesting birds are really good at producing eggs that are so well camouflaged that you wouldn't even notice it. They have, you would actually see patches or little clay bits, clay colored little patches on the egg, so it fits in so well. Riley, you'd like to know what the smallest bird I've seen in Djuma is? The smallest at Djuma. So the smallest in South Africa is the Cape Penduline tit. The smallest in Djuma. A blue waxbill is pretty small. It's about 10 grams. You've got me thinking, Riley. I'm sure some of you out there would know. Use the hashtag Wild Earth, of course, if you do, and let me know. The blue waxbill is pretty tiny. Ooh. Actually, blue waxbill still smaller than a sunbird. That sunbird would be very tiny. Marco sunbird is not as small. Oh, white-bellied sunbird would be smaller than a waxbill. So I'm gonna go for white-bellied sunbird. For now, let's open the app and check what the weight of a white-bellied sunbird is. 7.5 grams. So blue waxbill was 10 grams. White-bellied sunbird is 7.5 grams. I think I'm going to go for white-bellied sunbird in Djuma. Well, according to the app, a Cape Penduline tit is 7.5 grams too. I think we have arrived at our conclusion. White-bellied sunbird, the lightest, but of course, please let me know if you think there's something else that is lighter than the white-bellied sunbird. Oh, most of you are agreeing. Thank you. I always like when we get to work stuff out together. I think it makes me feel like I'm in a group in high school, you know, when you have activities to do together, and somehow it just feels really cool when you get to work things out together. Very nice. Well, I think I'm actually going to sit at the dam for a little bit and see what other birds come along, or even any other bigger animals.
So, of course, our woolly-necked stork is now moving into the thickets. But that's so cool. We were just talking about big birds, and you've just seen a very small bird. And now we've got a very large bird. So this woolly-necked stork, it's the first one I've seen this year on Pride Lands. Now, they're mostly migrating, although their movements are very little known. But they come all the way sometimes from India and from other parts of Africa, I believe. And there are some resident populations as well. So it's a very confusing bird. Doesn't know whether it's coming or going. But right now, this woolly-necked stork has landed here at Leopard Dam. And it looks like it's hunting for little arthropods and invertebrates in the water. See what it's doing with its bill? It's literally feeling its bill around in the water to try and see if it can feel a little thing like maybe even a frog, or lots of aquatic invertebrates like beetle and dragonfly larvae and stuff, or it's going to go behind some tamboutis, but it'll come out on the other side eventually. But that's so cool. It's the first one I've seen this year. And it arrived at the dam just as we were finishing that last segment when we were talking about the feather. And there's a goose that's also arrived. And this Egyptian goose is probably wanting to do much the same as the woolly-necked stork. And that is to also feed on some invertebrates at the water's edge. It's actually following along in the wake of that stork, hoping maybe that as the stork disturbs something, the goose could catch it. Now, you see the goose has got a very short bill, and it's got a very specific way of feeding, but the stork can disturb things in much deeper water, which the goose might not otherwise be able to get. So that's quite interesting. I've never seen this kind of thing before. I'm speculating here. I don't know if that's actually what it's doing. But you can see the woolly-necked stork there has just emerged on the other side of those tamboutis. Odie made a funny joke a moment ago. He said, I bet that stork is wishing its neck was woollier today. It's because it's really cold. And I had to giggle. It's such a cool dad joke. You know, Odie, I'm going to miss you when you head over to Ingala. But this stork is really cool. So right now it's feeding, it seems to be going all along the muddy banks. And underneath this log, look at that. So underneath that log, there's probably all sorts of things sheltering. Oh, it's really getting in there. We watched some yellow-billed storks at Ndlovu Dam not long ago, hunting in the very same way. Now, I wonder if this woolly-necked stork will use its feet as well to shuffle about in the mud to see if it can disturb things. There are some other storks that occur in the area that are quite similar, but this one is the first that I've seen. I'm not sure, was it Megan? I think it was Megan who said that it looks like it's got a neck warmer. It definitely does. I'm wearing a buff right now. Oh, it's caught something. Look at that. We've just seen a kill. Yay. That was awesome. Megan, the neck warmer is obviously doing a great job because that stork just caught something. I don't know what it was. It was probably a frog. I haven't seen fish in this little waterhole, but it did very, very well. Look at that's so weird. The goose is just hanging about. Maybe it just wants a friend. It's a bit lonely on this cold day, you know. You always gotta have a friend every once in a while. That was great. Just caught something. Odie's making comments and he's making me laugh, but I can't really hear what he's saying, but I know it's funny. He always makes funny jokes. Now we've got a leadwood, which is also really nice. The stork is doing its rounds. The goose has decided to stop for a moment and just think about life. It's realizing its mistakes. But you know what? We all make mistakes, and this goose is probably going to continue following the stork in order to see what else it can find. I can hear, you were talking about a sunbird with TRISHALA. I can hear sunbirds as well. On the other side of this dam is that weeping boerbean, which we often talk about and we stop at because it's got these gorgeous flowers. And I will show you in a moment. It's just on the left of the screen. Now there, Odie's got it. So that tree there, all the way from here, I can hear the birds calling. I don't know if we'll be able to see any from this distance, but all the boerbeans right now are flowering heavily. Now, you can't see the flowers at this distance very nicely, but they're there. You can actually see them a little bit. There's a starling in the tree, which is cool. And the tree was looking a little bit haggard recently because elephants have been hammering the weeping boerbeans over the last few weeks because there's really not much else that's green. So the weeping boerbeans are taking some real strain. I'm glad to see that it's still doing very well.
Beautiful. So I got a luck with this spotted hyena right in the road. Looks like it's on a patrol. This is always leading in front of us. Typically, they would be behind the big cats and track cats and things like that. Can just wait, give it a time. So it looks like it's not actually full grown spotted hyena we got right here. But many of even cats, hyenas, a lot of time when the grass is wet, see them come to the road because then there's no wet there. But they also hyena well known of tracking wherever the other cats have moved through, because this is how they now keep up with them, knowing what they're doing. If there ever is a kill, you'll see these animals always get around. And for that's how they always wait until the lions finish the carcass. But if it's a leopard, they all take chances if the prey is on the ground. And of course, one hyena can able to attack that. So I'm just going to move. Andrea, you want to know if most animals are active during this kind of a morning like this? So it's true. Most carnivore species, and that's how they do. They are much active because they have a lot of advantage of keep on hunting, not getting tired, understanding that every time when it's hot for them, they not actually feel free to do that because then they have a lot of power or loss of energy. So even also they are prey species, and this is what they lack most, especially when there's no wind, colder, and well hidden in a thicket feed, but their coat, it comes protected and against the heat. And of course, when it's wind, that's where they go down to drenched line systems. You find the whole, even a big animal like elephant, giraffe, they don't stand a chance of being so cold out there. They also go to the very much hiding spot for them to hide. But for cats, this is what they lack. They lack moving in a rain, windy, because the wind disturbs the prey species, and that's how they all get confused. Somehow we find these prey species, sometimes they ran even in the direction of the dangerous because they're not knowing what's going on. So our hyena seems to be disappearing away from us, and just gonna let it go.
Good luck, Andrew, and I'm sure you are going to find us something else if the hyena's visuals have, or the hyena has disappeared. Now, I got something different here, and I got 3 giraffes. Now, I'm looking closely to them, and I think I got 2 males and a very young girl. It is very normal to see this in the giraffes, because what I think, this girl here could be in estrus. And once that happens, just like the lioness with Tim earlier, sometimes the girls will just make it hard for the males to mate with them. And I have seen a girl or female giraffe keeping moving, and not giving the male the chance to mount, sometimes for days. So I think of the 2 males, she has, or she wants one of them and not the other. The one that he is going to mate with her is not what the girl wants. So what will happen, there'll be a standoff here, because you look at the one on the left, that one is definitely a male. And the one on the right, males ducking that way, and I also looked under his belly, and I saw he was a male. No doubt, the one in the middle is a female. So either one of them have been courting this girl for a couple of days, and the new one, which I cannot tell now who it is, has come in, and the old one that was with this female will go away, and the one that the girl wants, or the female wants, he is going to mate with her. But having said that, they keep looking in that one particular direction and have looked using my far lookers, saw nothing. Bungay has been trying to pan there with his camera. We have not seen anything, but could be possibly, there could be some sort of predator, because at the moment the giraffes are not even involved in mating or, courting the female. So they're more preoccupied in finding out maybe what could be in those trees there. So I didn't want to go close to them as yet, because I thought whatever could be in there may come out. I'm just guessing from where I am. It could be just a leopard or a leopardess. And if it's a leopardess, then it could be Romy. As they keep watching what could be in there, you notice they still continue chewing cud. Sonia Jumbo, and you're asking what is a group of giraffes called. I mean, people will have different collective nouns for giraffes. And sometimes when we see them standing like that, we have people calling them a tower of giraffes because of the height. Pretty long mammals, tall mammals. When you see them in a group moving, we have sometimes said a journey of giraffes when you see them moving. But I've always preferred just to keep it simple and call them a herd of giraffes. Sonia? These are the largest ruminants we got in Africa. And certainly they got something there that have taken so much of their attention, unlike putting that female in the middle there. Nicole, you'd like to know how giraffes would protect themselves from predators. Ideally, the first thing, giraffes have that advantage of being very tall animals. So they will spot a predator from a long way. And what they do is just to focus and look at the predator, and in a clever way show the predator, I can see you, don't play any games, don't come to me. But of course, occasionally, Nicole, we have seen some of the predators will lay ambush and maybe surprise the giraffes when they're drinking or when they're eating. So that time the giraffe has two things to do. Number one, either flee, or if cornered and she or he thinks she can't or he can't flee, they kick, Nicole, and they kick very hard. A kick of a giraffe can very easily break or fracture a skull of maybe a lion, because the biggest predators for giraffes here in Africa are lions, Nicole. But of course, they may run, but they're not very good runners, and they may not run for very long before the predators bring them down. Occasionally, they swing their necks, depending on what angle or direction the predator is coming from. But more often than not, they kick, just as zebras would do. Indigo Girl, good to hear your name. And looking at the ossicons of giraffes, ideally if you look at her, she almost doesn't have any. And I think if any of these males, Indigo Girl, is going to mate with her, she could be getting her first baby. To me, she looks very young. And maybe she's come in estrus for the first time. And that's why maybe she looks not indecisive. Because normally what happens, I think, Indigo Girl, you caught me earlier, a female giraffe will have one male courting her for a couple of hours, sometimes a couple of days, and nothing happens, no mating happens. Because if she is not comfortable or happy with that male, she's not going to allow him to mate with him until she picks the male she wants. And then, of course, she will mate with him. Now, looking at this particular female here, you see like she almost doesn't have any ossicons. Unless it's genetical, I'm thinking she's very, very young, and she could be getting her pregnancy for the first time. But occasionally we have also seen females having very, very short ossicons, which of course is genetic, or they could have lost them in a little fight. As much as the females do not fight like the males. And indigo girl, if you look at the two males, I'm sure you can tell their ossicons are quite large, huge, and especially the one on the right, who to me I think is the one, I guess, who has been courting this particular female, and the female want the other one. I want to take a rather huge swing without disturbing this girl who have a choice to make, and try and peep in those thickets and find out what these giraffes are looking at as we take you to another location.
We are finally here. It took Glenn and myself a couple of 100 meters. We went to another burrow system that's just to our southern side here, and we looked at the burrow and it was clean. So no indication that these animals were at the burrow. So we had to backtrack all the way here. I've definitely got my exercise for the day. And what I'm busy doing now is just making sure that they have come in here and they haven't gone out. Obviously, understanding animal behavior is a very important tool that guides use to get the best possible sighting. And so knowing that early evening they'll come back to a burrow system and they'll be locked at that burrow system for the night, I'm ensuring that there's no tracks exiting the burrow, because if they have, then we are wasting our time here. So no emergence yet. There is telltale signs at the burrow entrance, so where they would have been basking yesterday afternoon, and there's no tracks going out. I just see these little foots in here from the southwesterly corner, and they come in, they go all the way over here, there's a bit of scratching around, and then the tracks all end up at these burrow entrances. So hopefully this is where they come up this morning, and we can greet them happily to the beautiful sunrise that we're having here at Tswalu. A little bit windy, but that's okay. It's not enough wind to affect these animals. How deep are these meerkat burrows, Greg? So these little entrances go down about a meter into the ground, where you'll have multiple entrances or exits leading to a central chamber. So not all of these are interconnected, most of them are. And from this central point, these meerkats can have multiple escape routes. So being under the ground about a half a meter to a meter, you have a very stable environment at which you can obviously rest, and also a safe environment. Not a lot is going to make its way down into these burrow systems, so evading those cool nights is very nice, being under the ground where you don't have exposure to wind. Wind is a very big factor in how it'll make you feel colder. So if we're having 5 degrees Celsius and we've got a 40-kilometer-hour wind, you're going to be much colder. The ambient temperature is much colder because of the wind moving, taking your body heat away from you. And for animals being in an environment like this, generating body heat is a constant struggle. Foraging throughout the day, accumulating the material that they need to survive for a period, and then coming to bed, you don't want to be running your body at high revs. You want to be just kind of idling nicely and allowing your body to do what it does with certain advantages like fur. And so this little underground system is perfect for that, but a really nice stable environment, and also a real safety point for these little guys while they are sleeping. So we're going to hold here, and hopefully soon these little chaps come out, and what we'll see is that basking behavior first and foremost. Their little sun salutation, I think I'm going to join them today. So when they do their sun salutation, I think I'm going to join them right there and join them. Stomach out, chest in.
I always like observing meerkats. It's so interesting to see. Now here we have a black-headed heron. Looks like he's out on a hunt. Food is so important to survival in all the species, including man. This heron looks determined to find something there. Sometimes you can see them in the water, associating themselves with the waders, the stalks. But But most of the time you can also see him, all these other birds, in the terrestrial area, in the grassland. They specialize in also taking snakes. Now look at the length of the bill. Sometimes when identifying birds, it's also important when you note the length of the bill, the length of the legs. That can really tell you what they eat. Some, depending on the bill, you can really tell because we have insectivores, we have frugivores who eat on fruits, we have scavengers like the vultures. This is super, super impressive when you see these kind of birds and their behavior by also observing their bill, the eyes and the legs. Seems like he spotted something. And good thing about this bird also has a binocular vision because of how the eyes are positioned onto his head. We have a similar heron like this. Sometimes they can be mistaken. We have the gray heron, which is slightly gray and pale on the back of the head through the neck. And sometimes in a long distance without considered very well observation, sometimes you can mistake the black-headed heron to be the gray heron. Here in this grassland, there are grass rats, there are snakes. Sometimes you can see them even swallowing rats out here. As you watch this guy slowly hunting, we're going to jump into another safari vehicle.
Very good. I mean, it's always nice to see the birds hunting, especially the herons. I love their styles of looking for prey. We just moved around after we saw the giraffes, and we looked in the wrong direction. I mean, what the giraffes were looking at, we didn't see. But we guessed, or we're still convinced, there must be some sort of, I would say, a predator in those thickets. Because we have noticed, or we've known out of experience, the mammals here, or the prey, will always see things we don't see. In the process, while standing there, while still looking or searching the thickets, we had a roar from a lioness, and this is one of the river pride females. She's alone. I haven't seen her here for a long, long time in this particular area. And you remember they had a kill the other day. But from where I am, the giraffes, not giraffes, yeah, the 3 giraffes that we saw, but there are also some zebras not far from here. Do you want to call? Do you want to roar? Both males and females of giraffes will always roar, but to me the males are much louder. That's when you need to communicate with each other. Ross, you are asking how big is the river pride. Now, we have had so many changes. Ooh, that's a very good yawn. And there have been lots of dynamics that have been going on during the last 1 year. And Ross, what happens when the migration comes in the Mara from Serengeti National Park in Tanzania, we'll always see prides of lions overlapping their territories. And sometimes they split, not because there's not enough food, but because there's food for them everywhere. But now, since the migration has been taking off or going slowly southwards, now the prides will start regrouping into their actual territories. Another yawn. Hopefully you're not going to stretch, stand and shine, but we'll see. But currently, what I've seen for the last now going to 2 months, soul, how loud was that? I was just talking earlier that lionesses also do roar like the males. Sorry, Rose. So what we have seen now since the last 2 months, this particular pride has 4 females in them and 4 cubs. And they have a pride male that's called Blondie, who we saw for about a week, and then he disappeared, and a young sub-adult male who we have also not seen for now going to 3 weeks. But currently, 4 females and 4 cubs. Just waiting to see, but normally it has always been a pride of over 10 together, but currently we have now the 8. Now this particular pride, I've been following them and I've noticed they're a little different, unlike the Olololos or the Sausage Tree Pride or the other prides that we know around here, the Mogoros, the Owinos, because they stay very separated from each other. Can you hear the lapwings? Can you see her behavior? They're trying now to mob her or intimidate her. Well, not that she could catch any one of them, but they get very uncomfortable when they see predators of some sort. And mainly I'm talking about jackals, monitor lizards, which have been known to eat their chicks or eat their eggs. Now, the direction she is looking at is where the giraffes are. And not sure she was calling the other members who could be where the giraffes are looking. And I'm sure, in this particular pride, we have one that we usually say have the half-tail, which I've been saying could be the mother of the 4 cubs. And I just saw her swing her tail, and she is the one. A little sleepy. So the last kid they had is 3 days ago, and it was a zebra. And I would imagine today, tomorrow, going forward, they should be going for a hunt. Bungay, do you think we should give this lioness a name? Bungay is just saying yes, but he did not help me very much by saying what. But I think we should give this lioness a local Swahili name because she is the pathfinder, or she is the dominant lead female in this particular pride, of the river pride. She does very well when it comes to hunting, and about 2 weeks ago, they brought down a buffalo. It was all girls' affair. And the best thing for me to do is just to wait here, because if she calls again, she might tell me, or she might lead me to the other 2 females that have been with her, or where the cubs are, as we take you to another location.
Here we found what I think is the biggest herd of zebra I have ever seen on Djuma. There are at least 20 individuals here. This is really nice. Sorry, that was my very loud game drive radio. Very nice to see so many of them. They're also not particularly relaxed, so I wonder if they've encountered a predator in the evening or early morning, which caused them all to come together like this. So this wouldn't just be one harem, this would be a few. Harem is the social groups in which zebras, I was about to say hang out in, but not just hang out in, that is their social structure. A harem is a male with several females, and they're young. So this looks like several of them all together. Busy grazing. Something interesting happened to my eyes while looking at them, and I thought I must mention this to you, is that when we first found them, they were really in the middle of this block, so we had to reposition a few times, and eventually we came up on the cut line to find them. And what I had found is that looking through the bushes at them, the black and white pattern seemed to kind of imprint on my eyes in the same way as when you see something bright. And as I was looking through the bush, it felt like I could see them, but I was actually not looking at them at all. I believe they dazzled me. Just heard a sound off to the north there, and so did they. I've all lifted up their head to look. Gail, you'd like to know how zebras protect themselves from attack. Well, the first thing they do is try not to get attacked by sticking with the herd and then causing that dazzling effect where you can't actually pick one individual out, especially if they're all bunched together. But once they have been pursued by a predator, then they have a very powerful kick. But they also have an interesting set of teeth. So most grazing animals have a dental plate in the front top of their mouths. But these guys don't. These guys, like horses, have teeth both at the top, in the front, at the top and the bottom. And the males also possess canines. Apart from the incisors in the front. And those can be quite deadly weapons. They use it amongst themselves, especially males amongst males. Look at that, look at that. That's a really good example of how it's so difficult to pick out one individual if they're all clumped together. And remember, we're looking at a camera zoomed in. If you're an animal and you're just watching from the bush, there's sticks in the way, there's light and shadow, sun, that can be very, very difficult to pick out. That's quite cool. So back to the question, they use those teeth to fight amongst themselves, males, and they'll also use them against any predator that comes their way. It's so wonderful to see so many of them. If I'm quiet, you might be able to hear them pulling and chewing at the grass. Oh, it's quite soft, but you would hear the Cape turtle dove in the background. I think I count 22 here. My favorite part of their pattern is on their face. I think it's so, so beautiful. Look at that. Oh, so pretty. Just too sweet. Nanya, you'd like to know how long the baby zebras stay with the mother. Well, the males will start moving off and trying to establish their own harems between about 4 and 5 years old. while those females that are within the herd, the female calves, fillies, by about the time they're just 2 years old, they're being basically trying, other stallions would come and basically try and vie for her attention. Start recruiting very young. Look how many they are. If you look from the end of the herd where that animal is and we just scan across, you'll just see how many they are. Just lovely. Well, they all seem to be moving into Torchwood now. I'm on the eastern boundary. So as they move into Torchwood, I'm going to head a little bit further south.
Beautiful zebra. Same with the giraffe. Just found this very light young giraffe. When I'm saying young giraffe, it's on his age, but he's not yet old. And you can see how all animals this morning tend to move away from us just because of a lot of energy they have, and that's how they have to practice their energy and get on, move and feed and stuff. It's quite actually early morning for them to start to eat, which is very good. And now we're uphill where I was talking about. It's not actually windy. So most of the animals, they still love it even in this cloud. And being out into this high ground for them to be able to get their food. A lot of time we see giraffe go down to very much slop or drainage line systems for their special diet, which is type of unique trees they need in there, such as tamboti trees and these acacia trees. But for them find right up in this, far up in this hill, it's so that because they're on their move into the other directions, they can switch position or direction quite often when they're not actually territorial animals. They can move wherever they want, join up with other lot of males around in the area. So I'm gonna look around there for possible tracks of line that we can track in this cloudy day out here.
So we have found a small herd of elephants, all of them just feeding on the leaves of that wattle there. It's quite cool now and slightly wet as well. But I think these elephants are probably enjoying this weather. Perfect weather for them to be feeding in. You can just see one of the large females through there. Notice her tusks. Now, while we zoomed in, you'll see the one on the right has been broken off. And especially this time of year, they use those tusks quite often, digging and stripping these trees for the bark, or the inner bark, the cambium layer. So those tusks work hard. Look at that big branch that she's got in her mouth now. Okay, putting it down. We've been seeing her reach up to those larger branches, and then she's been ripping them off, shoving it in her mouth. Got a young calf with her as well. You can just see the calf there. The other day we were chatting about the age of the calves. When do the tusks start showing? And if you have a close look at that calf, you'll see, you can just see the tips of the tusks starting to emerge. Now usually, and this is just a a general rule of thumb, when those tusks just start showing, so when you can just start seeing them, then they'd be around 3 years old. So you can just see that one. So I'd say that little one's probably around there. Maybe 3.5 years old. You'll notice when we look at the adults, none of them are flapping their ears. Like I said, it's such a nice cool morning. So this is so perfect for them. Normally you'll constantly see them regulate their body temperature by flapping those ears. Sarah, elephants have incredible hearing. They can actually hear a lot of sounds that we can't hear. And I know, especially with concerns to lower frequencies, I believe we can hear as low as 25 decibels, and elephants can hear, I think, as low as 5 decibels, and then higher pitched noises as well. They make quite an array of different sounds, and I think it's about 400 that they've recorded. So they have incredible hearing. They really do have incredible hearing. We were actually listening to them communicate when we just arrived. There were some rumbles behind us. I think the herd has separated, or they scattered around us. That little one's got a stick there. I think that's actually the branch that the female broke off. They can be quite messy when they feed. A lot of the times you'll see them breaking off these large branches and then they just drop them and they barely feed on them. Alright, they're just heading off, kind of disappearing into the bush there. Alright, I think we'll loop around. Maybe we'll be able to get a slightly better view from the other side.
Elephants are super protective when they have calves. It's always nice watching them as they graze along together. Now here in the Mara we have hippos basking. Hippos rest during the day in or near the waters and move away just after dusk to go and graze. Now, along that stretch we have a bunch of females, always dominated by a big bull. Now a big bull who is territorial can mark up to 30-kilometer stretch depending on if it's a river or a lake. Now when hippos are submerged, most of the time their weights are supported by the water, and it's through the aquatic vegetation that help them keep underwater. And sometimes they look for a favorable place where it's even on the side, because sometimes when they have calves, then the calves have to cling onto their mothers for air. So they have to look for a very even bottom surface so that they can rest. The position where they are, it seems like all of them maybe are kneeling down. Sometimes you can find them kneeling down and waking up. So in the water, they only stay for about 5 to 6 minutes and then pop up for air. Sometimes when they're on the land, there's some very irritating flies that disturb them, called the hippo fly. Hippo flies are some big white flies that when they bite them, they irritate them so much. Sometimes you find them in the water and then getting out. So when a hippo stretch like this and hippos come to clash, for example, from walking away bulls and maybe bulls that want to come and take over this bunch here, the bulls will be fighting the intruders. They use the big cannons to fight, and sometimes those fights can be fatal and near death. Seems like a very good resting place for these hippos. They don't come along with the crocodiles, because crocodiles can eat the young ones. I've seen a number of times where hippos have clashed with crocodiles, and one time along the main crossing in this river, I saw a hippo killing a crocodile, which was so interesting to see. Now, the water level has gone down, means that it's so peaceful, and at least they can accommodate these hippos. When the water levels get high and the river becomes torrent, they walk out of the water to a safer place because they can be washed downstream. So when they're out of the water during the evening, when the conditions are favorable and if there's good grass, they can eat a small stretch of the river and then come back. But when it's dry, they are known to walk up to 30 kilometers round trip back to the water to feed. Clear, not quite sure about how strong the hippo bite force is, but I know they have the strongest bite. I just can't remember the exact measure of crushing power, but I know it is actually the animal with the biggest crushing power. So our hippos are relaxed here, and I'm sure there's no dispute that Sharon, thank you so much for your question. Hippos don't eat meat. Hippos are herbivores. But there's a very strange behavior that I witnessed 2 years ago during the migration. Wildebeest had just crossed the river and unfortunately drowned from a stampede. And a hippo came and started nibbling on the carcass. So that is very strange observation and very strange behavior that I witnessed. But hippos don't eat meat. They are totally herbivores. So sometimes when you see this kind of hippos here, you might wonder how many species we have in Africa. So we have another one called the pygmy hippo, which is not found in East Africa, found further in the Congo area. So these are the only dominant or frequently seen hippos around this area where we are, which is the Masai Mara. So a family unit sometimes hippos can be nomadic, and when, for example, if this water dries, they can leave to go find water in another area, and sometimes they do round trips coming from another water source to this water source. As you watch these hippos basking, let's send you over to another safari vehicle.
Yeah, I think this is pretty good temperatures for the hippos to be out and basking. And I'm trying to remember, it was like 10 years ago where we had such a huge drought in the country. And of course, Masai Mara was not exceptional. And we saw, or rather, we lost quite a number of hippos in that particular river, not only in the Masai Mara, but also in Serengeti National Park. Now, the lioness just stood up, roared one more time, and then she turned the other way. And you remember earlier I was requesting whether we could give this particular lioness a name, and I don't know what, Bungay, I spoke to him and he just laughed, he just said yes, but that did not help me. And Bungay, I'm still on your case. We would want to have a name for this particular lioness, because she's very unique and you can identify her, from like 100 meters away because of her half tail. And I will also be asking myself a question: what could have happened to her tail? We got a male here of the triangle boys, the 3 males, and we've got one that has that name, half tail, and we've got another one called Fang, and we've got Blondie. Now, I'm not saying that could be the father of this female, though it's very possible. I don't know how old this female is, but I can guess she is a mature girl to have 4 cubs. If those 4 cubs are all his, because also we've been debating, me and Bungay, whether 2 are hers and then maybe 2 belongs to the other female. She is rarely with those cubs. She is always away on her own. But once she's back to the rest members of the pride, you'll see the joy in those 4 cubs. They come hugging her. They come saying, Jumbo, where have you been, Mom? Very good to see you. And immediately they all start suckling. But then if my guess is correct, those cubs about 2.5 to 3 months, what happens the whole day? Of course, we know the lionesses have a lot suckling, but I think she takes rather long before she goes back to suckle them or to see them. So possibly there could be a scenario here where 2 are her cubs and then 2 maybe belong to the other female. But apparently they are all of the same age. Now we'll be looking for a local Swahili word to give to this lioness, and maybe you're going to do a Twitter poll later in the day, and just like how we gave Jasiri the name, and by the way, I just spoke to the vet doctor who said Jasiri is still with the new family that adopted her, and the vet doctor told me she used initially to drag like about 50 meters behind the main herd. But now she's very, very close to the herd, like only 10 meters away. So which means she's getting better with her walking and she's not lagging behind from the herd, which is pretty good news. And also possibly today, after I see what this lioness will do, or if she's going to lead us to the one with the cubs where the others are, I'm also thinking to go find out how Jasiri is doing. But update from the vet doctor, she's perfectly shining. Now, not sure the bushes or the trees she's looking at is where the other pride is, because where I initially thought they could be, I have checked with the binoculars and I did not see any sign of a lioness or cubs. It's not very hot. I would imagine they should be here. Play, you're asking how many coalitions of lions we have in the Mara currently. Well, there are quite a number. The Masai Mara is a huge game reserve. We're talking over 1,500 square kilometers. But let's talk of where we are, the Mara Triangle, and in particular in this area, because this pride here, this is the River Pride, and the closest pride from here would be the Olololos. Then the next one would be the Owinos. Those 3 prides we know definitely for certain they are managed by the Triangle Boys, and the Triangle Boys is a coalition of 3 males. Now further out as you go, we have another pride that we call the Mogoro. We have another one that we call the Paradise Pride. And of course, you all know the Sausage Tree Pride. Now, in that particular territory, we have coalition males that will come in and go. And with the sausages, they are managed by the Oldonyo Pike males, where we had another male that was called Kipuli. Kipuli used to be a coalition by himself. He didn't want any other males with him. He had 2 youngsters males that were like, brothers in arms with him while trying to manage the females. But I would say currently in this particular area, the Triangle Boys are in charge of those 3 prides. This one here, the River Pride, the Olololos, and the Owinos. Mogoros we have seen once in a while. 2 new males, like nomadic males, come, mate, disappear. The Egyptian geese pride the same, the Salt Lake Pride the same. But this particular area, the Triangle Boys are in charge. The Sausage Tree Pride is the Oldonyo Pike males. that are in charge. A few more minutes here with this lioness as we think of the name that we're going to give her. Then I'll move on to find out the other girls in the cabs. In the meantime, we'll take you to another location.
All right, I've had the thought cross my mind for singing to them to hopefully get them out. But I don't want to hurt everybody, and I don't want to scare everybody away from this beautiful show that we have. There's still no emergence. It is a bit brisky. The winds come. There, getting down onto this stuff. Obviously, it absorbs solar radiation really well, but then it also loses it over a period. And so they're more than likely feeling the temperature, but also be rushing into the burrow that they're feeling, and this is just kind of laying burrow this morning. But yeah, we're sitting here patiently, and remember, as you guys would know quite well, patience is a very important part of being out here. They're not set on a time schedule like us, and they just have to go by their natural rhythm of things. But nice and warm, it's starting to warm up nicely, and I am almost sure that we will have some little meerkats coming up to say good morning to us. It's a really wonderful thing. It's a really wonderful thing to experience these little guys emerging. But yeah, fantastic view we're having of the burrow, and the landscape is really remarkable. So these burrow systems really nice question. Can meerkat burrows flood through the rains? Yes, and really they can, but it's also the way in which these tunnels leading down into these separate chambers or warrens and how they're designed. So they're designed in a manner where they've more than likely got a small, easy bend to them. So going into the burrow system itself, they would go down slightly, and then before it gets to the actual chamber, there will be a slight dip and a rise. And that little dip and rise through the burrow itself creates an airlock chamber, almost, so to say. So if you do have a lot of rain, and if they're not designed correctly, yes, you will have these burrows flooding, and unfortunately then the meerkats will be negatively affected. But they've definitely got special tactics, and they've got their escape routes if that has to happen. There's definitely a threat of flooding, absolutely, especially through big rains. We've had rains here. I've experienced rain in 2017 when I first joined Tswalu, 280 millimeters in 24 hours. I don't think any burrow system is going to be prepared for that amount of water falling in that short of a period. So, so the design of the burrow is definitely an important thing. And that is all down to that alpha pair, that alpha female having very extensive knowledge on which burrows are the best. It'll even change depending on the angle or the gradient of the sand, or proximity to trees. There's so many variables. But yes, they would get flooded, certain burrows, or maybe quite a lot of them, through very heavy rains that we would experience here in Tswalu. Not that we have a lot of it. You think about the lack of rainfall we have here, and from all our viewers and how you guys have been seeing Tswalu. Tswalu is thriving. Only between 100 and 400 mils of rain per annum is a fraction to what other parts of the country experiences. But yeah, it shows you how resilient nature is, and just a little droplet here and there, and she thrives. How many meerkats you would typically find in a burrow? Oh, that would vary depending on the colony, depending on environmental factors such as predators. Typically, you would find a meerkat colony, a small one, anywhere from 5 individuals, 3 individuals. I've seen colonies of 3 individuals, the starting up of a colony. And then you can have larger colonies anywhere up to 30, 40 in a colony. And that's fairly large. And obviously with that those extra individuals within the group, they're more of a bit more of a safety aspect when it comes to protection and thriving in this environment. So knowing the colony in itself and know the threats, you can kind of get an understanding of the group size within a colony.
Meerkats remind me of a bird that mimics their call and sometimes steals whatever they find. A bird called the drongo. Now here in the Mara we have waterbucks. These waterbucks are grazing by the marsh here. Sometimes you see them in the marsh grazing, but most of the time you find also them grazing in the open grassland. Now we have a few males, younger males, and one dominant male, and females. So female waterbucks don't have horns. Only the males have horns. So despite them being around with the younger males, they are submissive to the dominant bull. So the younger bulls will help defend the territory from intruders, assisting the dominant ram. This is called the Defasa waterbuck. We have 2 species of waterbucks in Kenya. We have one that has a white ring on the groin or the hind part. This one has a white patch on the hind part, makes him called the Defasa, and the other one with the white ring called the common waterbuck. So when waterbucks are alarmed, or maybe when they fleeing out of danger, they run towards the water area because most cats cannot go into the water, so that is where they find a very good refuge or safe place to go and hide away from the predators. So mostly you find a herd like this will consist of sometimes 30, 15 herds mixed together with the young males and the bull. But when some of the males become bigger and try to be aggressive towards this guy, they will be kicked out. You can see how they're quite relaxed. They have a fur in their body, and sometimes Leroy, you can tell when a waterbuck is agitated by looking at the posture. So they stand tall, raise their head, and ears point forward. That shows you that it's agitated. And sometimes you see that when they're approaching rivals, especially the rival rams, or rams that are not submissive to the dominant ram. So by the raising up their heads and ears pointing forward, that can show you that they're agitated. We don't always common see waterbuck Taylor-made, thank you so much for your question. We're in a swamp here, and the frogs calling here are the common reed frogs. Very noisy and melodious. You can hear that almost in a unison, the common reed frog. You can also hear a baboon barking over in the distance. So there's plenty of water supply, and the grass here is soft and tender. So these waterbucks will hang around here for a while before the swamps get dry. Very beautiful looking creatures. Waterbucks have a strong odor. Sometimes you get closer to them, you can actually smell the odor coming from them. And we have beliefs that sometimes people say that cats avoid this creatures because of their odor, but I totally disagree with that. I've seen lots of kills where lions were eating the waterbucks. It's only that they're shy antelopes and they prefer on the marshy area or the water place area, but they believe that predators will avoid them because of the odor, which makes it not true, because I've seen lots of kills. Now these waterbucks are walking into the bushes there. Look at those two rams there. Of course, they have to be submissive to the territorial drum. And as they walk towards the bushes, I might try and find something else. Remember, we're coming to you live from 6 different locations. I'm going to send you to one safari vehicle.
Back beautiful in this group of buffalo. It's always nice to see waterbuck moving, doing their things, especially when the conditions of a weather like this. You know, we're almost in the end of this breeding herd of buffalo here, and this is a southern boundary where we're at right now. And the whole herd just crossed to the south, and as you can see, many of a whole mix of male and female in this end of the herd still making their way, but there isn't a left behind. It's not all about lazy, or this is something to do with the safety. You find in a herd a lot of those that don't make it quickly to move through with the herd are more likely to be left behind. And these strong males always do their best, make sure everybody's safe behind. Could be this the group that we saw, one of the young one couldn't actually keep up with the group all the time with their mothers. Seems to be was probably limping somewhere. I think it is the same herd. If it's that the case, it's probably because maybe that young one is far on the back side. Look at this beautiful male here looking at us. This tells us such a massive helmet like this, and the female right there. There's still quite a few females in this group right in the end. So they are very social animals. They move in groups, but for them to reach wherever the direction of a water is, they have to move towards that direction. We might actually have them again in the next few days, because this is where they, move in and out of this area quite often. And it's always great to have buffaloes. They're one of the animals that are very good to have a look at them. And they're so strong animal in terms of survival in a group. And their main diet, it's grasses out here. Grass is plentiful. As we talk about the weather like this, all grasses are smooth and very soft for this animal to graze on. Buffalo, they're one of the animals that don't have a lot of colors in them. There's always this color. But of course, the whole entire Kruger National Park, find herds and herds different group. And I've been seeing the whole group sometimes can compete in the same waterhole or mixed up and all separate away. Each group leads its group away from that area. They're not territorial at all. See, we were talking about browsing, which they can. Look at this female, which she's actually taking some leaves out of the tree. And then this is how they mix their food. And they will go graze when it's possible. A lot of time grazing, it's mainly a way of them doing it. And they have a full stomach, same like cows, same like most other antelope, but the biggest bovine out here, bovine, call them. Many of time in this group of herd like this, so many of them tend to lose conditions, and they still interfere by some of diseases as anthraxes, tuberculosis, which all a vet all aware of situations. For the last 20 years, it was a lot of problem where a lot of time you found some of them, a lot of buffalo sick, and remember this disease can transmit it to most of the carnivores such as lions if that animal die of any of the disease. But these days is all controlled because every time a vet all investigate and work with rangers out here, whenever you see animal that is not well, and of course reports the animal with a snare, you report, and then they'll come and doubt the animal and of course remove the snare. So the safety is out here. And then I'm happy to see that happening. The young one here, there seems to be, or young buffalo, they sometimes not as dark as their parents yet, because when they're younger, and they're in that fluffy kind of hairy coat they have, but when they grow up, so they shed their youngest coat and they reach their adult coat, which then they will turn slightly darker as they grow. Look at the oxpecker and these young one. So I'm gonna wait to see how this group, last group of this herd cross. Possible to see what's behind them. Otherwise, we'll look for something else.
Yeah, Andrew, watch out. And if there are any animals I've had some little bad experiences with in my guiding buffaloes. Now, we got two birds here. And sometimes I love to ask you some quizzes and you help me answer. So Bungay will first bring you one close-up to try and identify who that is, or the ID characteristics are out in black and white. There's no gray area on that particular bird. So just look at her for a few seconds before we move to the next one. I think you're happy. Now we can go to the other one. I'm sure you'll get all of them correct. Who do you think that one is? And as usual, send me or send us your answers. Hashtag World Earth on Twitter or at FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. Kids questions at worldearth.tv. Look at her walking style very slowly, and both of them could be coming in the frame for you to be sure. Look at them carefully. They've got very different feeding habits and hunting habits. But let's first deal with this one. Who do you think this one is? I'll give you a clue as usual. You know how you empty a bottle of a drink, say water? Bianca, you say Bachel's cuckoo. Bianca, I'll give you an 80% Bianca because of saying a cuckoo, but maybe not the Bachel's cuckoo, it could be a different one, but say cuckoo. Very well done, Bianca. Excellent. Now, keep looking at her carefully, Bianca, and look, I would say, one more clue, look on the breast. You'll be able to know which cuckoo this one is. Looking carefully. They've been known to eat insects a lot. They love insects. That's their main food. But also, they're very strong and big. They've been known also to eat smaller birds or young birds, let's say. And for the birds that are ground stars like lapwings, they've been known to eat the eggs too. So from there, like in that bush he is. Kadria, very well done, 100%. Kadria, you have seen it's white-browed cuckoo. It's correct. It's the white-browed cuckoo. Very well done, Kadria. That's the correct answer. And I was saying earlier, if you take a bottle of water and you empty it, it got something like... Actually, that is the nickname, or the other name we use out here in the field for this cuckoo. I just want to move forward 5 meters so that we can catch up with the other one. We still got one more answer for me. Bunge, let me know when to stop. Okay, so this one should be a straightforward one. I just maybe might have made it complicated or complex by asking it as a quiz. But who do you think that is? Look at her hunting behavior. I love the way she swings her body. Daniel, you're saying the grey heron. Daniel, allow me to give you 65%? No, let me give you 70%, Daniel, for saying a heron. But the grey heron, Daniel, not really. Look at her carefully. Not sure, Daniel, we have the right light shining on her. But see what she's doing, Daniel. Look at that. That one is called bopping. And, boom, caught something. Caught something. The time they look, they calculate. Kim, 150%. Do you see her swallow? And Kim, you say a black-headed heron. Very well done, Kim. It's a black-headed heron. And I was saying earlier, I love the way these herons hunt. When you see her bopping and moving her body and neck like that, two things happen here. One, she's always investigating the prey. What is it? How big is it? How dangerous it is? It could be. And then the distance. And then she calculates. You've seen people when they do a particular discipline in athletics. I used to call it hop, step, and jump. They usually look. They know from when to jump and where to step down. So there's a very similar concept here with these herons. So they'll first look, move their necks. How big? How am I going to shoot my neck like a spear? How am I going to shoot my beak? But I'll tell you, 9 out of 10 times, they're very accurate and they'll always get the prey. The beauty about these herons, when they hunt, once the prey is dead, they swallow it whole, regardless of the size. A rat, a mouse, is what you call, they have a gap in the neck, so it just stretches, and I think they got some mass that just stretches, and the prey in under a few seconds, all the way down to the belly. So looking for something else. I don't know when they get full, because I've found herons, in general, they'll hunt during the day and at night at the same time. Unlike other birds, when it gets dark, they'll roost on trees, either to have a rest or sleep. But you'll not be surprised, out at night, you'll get herons still hunting. Well, I think it was very nice to see. I would just guess most likely she must have caught maybe some lizard or some amphibians of some sort, maybe a frog or a tadpole. We'll go back to the lioness that we saw earlier, because I want to find out where the other members are. The place I thought they could be there, which is here, there's nobody, and we'll take you to another location now.
Black-headed herons, or the herons in particular, I like calling them the umbrella birds, of how they spread their wings to create shade and then get prey. We have giraffes here. See them feeding, walking from bushes to bushes. Giraffes are selective feeders. And sometimes when they're walking around feeding, especially at the cooler time of the day, in the morning, evening, you see them browsing from one tree to another. So giraffes live in a very unstable groups or herd, comprising of different ages, both male and females. The mature bulls, you find them walking on their own. So we have a variety of animals here. We have topi, we have impala, we have giraffes. And I think they like associating themselves with these tall giants because of security. As we wait up here watching these guys, I'm going to take you over to another safari vehicle.
So it was a beautiful of a young one there. Just gonna reverse. But the young one, happy it's got its mother with them. The rest of the security is bigger bulls that are always right in the end of this herd, and they're still keeping up. But here, the whole situation, it works perfectly in terms of its safety. And these animals, this is how you love the buffalo. How, they take care of one another. One is not able to move, and they will make sure it's safe. Now we're talking about buffalo in a herd, not a bachelor group, which they don't do that. Where here, these young ones will always make sure it's kept within the group, even though it's always left behind, because cannot able to move exactly like the other one, the healthy one, but it's still trying its best. And if anything happened, those are the ones that are stationary behind, just to make sure that the young one will be able to make it, and it will immediately turn around and take care of any situation would take place into that young one. That could be lions, if the lions are around here. It's not going to be easy for a single lion to take that down, because if it happens, it has to happen and quickly and take away. But unfortunately, it's going to be suffocation take place right there. This is when the rest of the adult will turn around and chase the lions away. Again, it's true. This is what I always understand about the buffalo, and making sure that whoever cannot make it, he has to make it, and the whole taking care, surrounded. It's a lot of not only the mother, that, as we can see there, even those young male, young females also, we've seen them turn around just to look at that young one if can make it in the herd. So including the young one. So all support is there. And that baby will probably make it one of the day. We're just going to always keep making sure that every time we see them, keep you guys posted. And it's always very interesting to see how animals all take care of each other, even sometimes more than human can. This is what is happening in there. So this is how we're losing our herd of buffalo crossing to the south. And then I was hoping to see if anything follow them. This is the time it would show up if the lion's right behind them. Since it's not actually very easy for the lion just to flush into the herd, they'll also wait when they move and they'll follow behind. But then it doesn't look like even that one single lioness that was seen this morning. I was hoping maybe she could be behind this herd, but it looks like not. She's just somewhere else. And nobody found her again. Just heard that the rest of the bride that are up on the far east, if she's part of those brides, she's probably looking for them to find them again. So what I will do, just gonna work this boundary, southern boundary, just to see if there's anything happening. But of course, it's a few different brides. We don't only rely on one bride here. So there's also, Torchwood bride. It may happen that they would get a smell of this buffalo and they will get attracted to hunt them down. So if that happens, then we may get luck, find them somewhere as we ride along this road.
I hope that poor buffalo gets well soon. Now look at this giraffe here. Even though giraffes are tall, sometimes you see them feeding on the grass, especially the fresh shoots that come on the ground. Like I said earlier, they're selecting feeders because when they put grass or twigs or leaves in their mouth, they only select whatever is good enough for them, and then they spit the rest. So this is mixed herd, where we also have some impalas, topi. We have a buffalo not far away. They associate themselves with the giraffes because it's good for security. Giraffes with their long neck can be able to see a long distance away, and of course we'll tell when there's predators around. We don't often hear giraffes sound, but they communicate in a very low frequency sound. I reckon the infrasound, sometimes through vision. Sometimes you can hear them hissing. Sarah, thank you for your question. How tall are the baby giraffes when they're born? A baby giraffe, when it's born, is actually 6 feet tall and can weigh up to 80 kilos. Can you imagine a newly born being 80 kilos and 6 feet tall? Unbelievable. So during a time like this, cooler morning and cooler afternoon, giraffes are mostly active. They are known to be feeding up to 11 hours, and sometimes they can even go up to 20 hours feeding. They don't have territory. They occupy what we call home ranges, and different herds keep their own home ranges. We don't always see them overlapping other home ranges, but the mature bulls sometimes overlap those home ranges. So could be these giraffes have youngsters or calves. They've left them in a place called a nursery, where it's more secure and protective over for predators. See how they walk from one bush to another. Very selective feeders. That one there looks like she's a little bit pregnant. You can see by the size of her stomach or belly. That tells you that she's pregnant. And if there's another female that is pregnant with this herd, they will come into a place where we call a nursery, where they'll give a bath and be hanging around that area, protecting and watching over their calves, walking in and out to see or to check over for predators. That is typically how they watch over for predators. Look at how she's looking while she's chewing. Because of them eating hard stuff and dried up vegetation, they produce a lot of saliva that helps them when they're chewing cud. And sometimes at a close distance, you can see the giraffes drooling or dripping on saliva. So before I check for something else, we're going to leave these giraffes here and go check to see if there are other antelopes in the open grassland. It's so nice here, an open space. So this is a good place to find plains game because there's short grass and they can see around the area for predators. As I go look for these other plains game, let's send you over to another safari vehicle.
In the Mara, you will never miss what you would call the plains game because of the advantage of the savanna habitat, which comprises mainly the short grass. Now, after we did the quiz on the birds there, I came back to this particular female just to find out if she has woken up, or rather, if she would help us get to the other three girls or the cubs, and not much is happening, and she remains on top of that termite mound, which I would think in that particular small little ground she is on, she's getting a little bit extra heat, imagining we got thousands of termite in there. Now, you remember earlier I was talking of trying to give this particular female a name and a local name because of her work or being in charge of the pride. And why we would choose to do that is because there are certain characters, there are certain animals you'll never miss. I mean, the particular leopard, which also got half tails, or you'll pick a particular leopard that's missing, for example, an ear, or one that limps or has been limping since she or he was born. So those are the ones that you never make mistakes. Now, I've come up with three names, rather me and Bungay. It's Bungay who sneezed, it's not me, and the lioness was finding out whether to tell Bungay Jesus or bless you. I've come up with three names, and I want us to look at those three names, and then you're going to do a Twitter poll. And you'll tell me, of the three names, who are we going, or which name would you prefer for this particular lioness? Not sure we have the correct light, but Bungay is going to do his magic. I have to get my hand there because of the shadow. I've got three names there. Are you happy with Bungay? That's the best you can do? Okay. If you look carefully, the first name there is Simba Kali, and I have the translation of the Sim in English. The second name is Nusumukia, and the translation there is half-tail. And the third name is Kiongozi, which translates to a leader. So we will do this and not this, but at least this helps you to know what I'm talking about here of this particular lioness of the River Pride. And I'm sure the director would be happy to give us your polls, a Twitter poll on who we should name this particular lioness. I'll just move on right now and just think where maybe the others could be, because she might spend the rest of the day right here. And if she does, good for me. I'll be back here in the afternoon. All right, I'll be really waiting for your polls, and in the meantime, I'll certainly take you to another colleague of mine.
How exciting. A lovely lioness to name. Here we have a really nice view. We're quite far away from these elephants. They're on the western side of the drainage. We're on the eastern side, so we get to just kind of sit back and watch them with a lot of ease. I quite like that. It also means they're very comfortable. Oh, and there's a lot of noise being made too. Just lovely. Look at that. I love this. Well, I'm going to stick here for quite a while. I think things are quiet out there. So I'm going to sit here and listen and enjoy them.
It's always wonderful and exciting watching elephants. Here we have two toppies sparring. So that's a challenge. And this will also help them in future when they become adults of fully grown, mature rams. Sometimes this can end up to be big fights and also fatal. We also have what we call play fights sometimes. Hey guys, knock it off. Seeing that other top is like, no, you guys need to stop that. Hey, knock it off. But it seems like it's a serious fight, yeah? That ram is not happy with them. Like, hey, stop it. Yeah, stop it now. You have that one that has joined in. Now, this is a big fight. It was serious, not like a play, yes. So that is what happens. When you're defeated, you run away. You have to fight another day. Seems like they've ganged up against that guy. So until he's submissive and go far away, that is when this other guy will stop. Look at him pronking. Very, very wonderful display when you look at these antelopes. Yes, he's submissive. He's walked away. So we have other toppies resting around here. We have a mixed herd. We have impalas that are not far from here. We have females that have small calves, probably born towards the end of September. Sorry, I didn't get your question. Sorry, repeat that again. Kendra, thank you for your question. Can toppies kill each other? Yes, during a fight, they can. Sometimes these horns that they have can inflict big injuries, especially if one is got near the heart. In my lifetime guiding, I've only seen once when a toppy got another on the heart area, and it died because of bleeding. Yes, they can actually die from fighting, but we don't often see that. So this area, it has short grass, like you can see, a good point of security. It's not far from water, since most of them have young ones, the calves. Mostly, toppies give birth around towards the end of September and October. They have very sharp eyes, and these are super fast antelopes. Actually closely related to the hartebeest. See how they have their reclined back, powerful legs for helping them when they are running or outrunning the predators. You can notice that on the front face, they're actually Lois, thank you for your question. Could they use pronking to escape predators? Yes, they can use that. It is actually a super display when in front of predators that show the predator how fit these animals are. So these antelopes, when they are pronking and in front of a predator, the predator will always give up because they can see how fit they jump up in the air in that pronking display. Look at how they're standing, watching each other's back. I got your back, you got my back. That comes in handy when it comes to security. Jakada, thank you for your question. What is the height of a fully grown topi? So from the hooves up to the shoulder, I reckon 1 meter, one and a half meter. How heavy is a topi? A topi can be up to, I'd say, 100 or 120 kilos. Very lean. Look at the backs there. They have what we call blue jeans and yellow socks. I like calling them the antelope that wears the blue jeans and yellow socks. And because they have sharp eyes, you find smaller antelopes like Thompson gazelle and the impalas associating themselves with the topis. I'm going to sit here and wait to see if they'll fight again. As we wait, let's send you over to another safari vehicle.
There's some vocalizations happening here. And it sounds really nice because most of the elephants are in the drainage. I was hoping they'd do it again. One of the reasons I really like watching them from afar like this is because when they're close to us, not as in very close to the vehicle, but like in a normal sighting when they're close to us, they're aware of us. And I feel that their behavior changes just slightly. I guess in the same way as when you're alone at home compared to when you have housemates. They would be aware of us now, but we're so far away that we're not affecting their behavior in any way. You just see them roaming around, not in a tight group, just moving about. Just minding their business, and of course looking for food. KB, you'd like to know what is an elephant's strongest sense? I would say their sense of smell. They also have great hearing, but rather hearing in a larger range than us. So they can hear very low frequencies that we can't over long distances. But it's not, lower frequencies travel longer distances, and we don't have the capacity to hear those low frequencies. So really it's a function of the sound that they can hear as opposed to their actual ears. Well, their ears are very big, so you might think that their sense of sound is the best. But I would go for their sense of smell. their height and the fact that they can pick their trunk high up above their head also means that they can catch smells that other animals can't. Before they eat a plant, before they go for a plant, they can smell whether it's got any of its defense mechanisms going, whether there's tannins in it, whether there's any chemicals that are being released from it. And plants will do that when they're being fed on, because they don't want all the leaves to go, the plant that is, because then they won't be able to photosynthesize. So once a herbivore starts feeding on a plant, the plant starts to release chemicals or terpenes. These are volatile compounds. Volatile means that it easily evaporates, and that's what a plant needs in order to send signals to other plants. So it travels into the air very easily, and elephants can pick up on those. So I'd say sense of smell. The large ears accommodate good hearing, but it's more to be able to keep them nice and cool and to circulate about 20% of their blood through those ears, and about 20% of the surface area. So those large ears are for that, as opposed to hearing. I'm going to stick with them a little longer.
Hello everyone, and welcome to and Beyond Pin and Private Game Reserve. We've been looking for animals the whole morning. It's very rainy and cold, and we've actually come across this pride of lions, and look at them all walking right here past the vehicle. My name is Dewald, and behind the camera we've got Craig, and there's actually some youngsters sitting right in front of the vehicle here. And it seems like these lions have been on the move the whole morning. We kept on hearing reports of them and trying to find them, but they were moving through some very, very thick areas. But they are steadily on the move. And it's the two lionesses in the front that's leading all the youngsters through the thickets here. But I think we are going to see if we can keep up with them. They are heading towards a road on the other side. Might see if we start to lose visual, might see if we can get around to the other side there. Look at that, all of them walking almost in one line there, going exactly where the lionesses went. All the youngsters following behind. Okay, let's see if they just see one of the youngsters still through the thickets there. Okay, we're gonna see if we can loop around to the other side. It's very dense to where they just walked through now, and see if we can get a view on the other side there. With big cats like these lions that are on the move in this cool and rainy and cloudy weather, it's good to stay with them and see what they get up to. Maybe they are on the hunt. Let's go have a look. I think Craig and I are going to stick around for now, see if we can catch up with them.
I also wish them luck if they get something to eat. Now here we have an old bull buffalo. Look at how big he is, and there's a bird enjoying a rider on his back, a cattle egret. Now these egrets associate themselves with bigger antelopes, or sometimes you find them with elephants. They enjoy or get an advantage of the insect disturbs when these animals are walking, and sometimes when they're grazing. He has mud on his back. If you look at his eye, this guy is super old. When bulls get old, they can't actually keep up with the pace with their herds, so they're left to hang around a certain or particular areas Another bull is joining in. So this place is preferably a marshy area where there's plenty of water and the grass is actually soft. When they age, they tend to lose their molars, or their molars wear out. So it becomes hard for them to chew on the hard grass. So when they are around a marshy area, the grass is much softer, so it's easy for them to chew. Look at the mud on their back. That tells you that they've lost fur on their back. And frequently they will mud wallow, hence their name Dagga Boys, which is Zulu for mud. So these guys can be grumpy. So when encountered, they become aggressive to lions and other predators. So it will be actually a tough job for lions to isolate such kind of bulls. Because around here we have about 4 bulls. And that means that security is ensured. Look at how they're looking and watching. So they produce a lot of mucus. And the mucus, I reckon, helps them, especially when they raise their heads up, to sniff. So despite them having a sharp eyesight, they also can smell from a long distance away. As you wait and watch these buffaloes here, we're gonna take you over to another safari vehicle.
This little grey bundle has been providing us with all sorts of entertainment. It was first lying down on the ground, flat on the ground. We didn't even see him in the grass. It is a young he. And then all of a sudden, obviously, it saw us coming or whatever, got a bit of a fright. Not really a fright, but it just sort of slowly stood up and gave it a big head shake, and now it's looking grumpy. It wants to grump us. Oh. And there's a young bull elephant with a broken tusks who's now standing tall and just listening to us. Yes, we've been sitting here for quite some time. Don't pretend like you didn't see us. Well, his ears are full of mud, so maybe he didn't hear us coming. But anyway, so this elephant was feeding, and this little baby there gave us a little bit of a head shake and a little charge. It was quite terrifying. Now it all seems to be calming down. It's very windy, so these elephants can't hear very well in this wind, and especially this one because of all the mud in its ear. You see that there. It's obviously at Ndlovu Dam, probably yesterday or the day before, throwing mud on itself. And it's now going to move off and continue feeding. They're feeding on all the grasses that they are finding that is at the bases of these trees, a little bit protected from the worst of the weather, and the sun especially, so they're drying out. And there's another elephant there. So there's a bunch of young bulls that are following a small herd of females and youngsters. And so that's why they keep moving off. These young bulls are starting to become at that age where they start being interested in the females. And they're not so big yet to start mating, but their attentions are probably quite frustrating, especially with babies about. I don't know if you can see it there. There's a baby just in front of that one, but it's not easy to see. Our broken tusked male is now moving off. They're all kind of moving gently off towards the area of Ndlovu Dam. It's not very easy to see them now, but I'm always amazed that they move through this kind of environment so silently. We're starting to lose them in the bushes there. But what we'll do is we'll keep moving towards Ndlovu Dam, because I suspect they're going to end up there, as they normally do, right about the time as Game Drive is finishing. Hopefully that'll be the case today.
I think that these elephants might make their way to Vuyatila Dam in a bit. Oh. Wow. How's that sound? Amazing. A real show of strength. We've seen elephants, especially big bulls, can push down massive trees. Just massive. Now we're talking about the senses, and there's one obvious one that I've forgotten. What about their tactile sense? We know that if we had to talk about all of them, vision is probably the poorest for elephants. Sound and their sense of hearing, we chatted about that, and their sense of smell. But their tactile sense is also really impressive, especially towards the tip of the trunk. They're so careful with that trunk. And if they feel something unfamiliar, they know it immediately. Can still hear that other elephant with the tree pushing it. Sometimes it's for a bit of fun, but most of the time it's to get to something that the elephant smells was just out of reach. And of course it requires the shifting of an entire tree. Now, I updated you about Tingana yesterday, that he was found in Buffelshoek and then again in the afternoon, but it appears that it was actually in Shingula. There we go. That was misidentified as Tingana, but I didn't see any photos, I didn't see any pictures. I was just told by the guides that were driving around. So wish it was Tingana, and then he could come through and give us a visit too. Fern, you'd like to know what they use their tails for? Generally for swatting things, anything that's bothering them. And that's tails in general. It's not just their special, it's not as if they have a special use for their tails, but tails are a really important part in making sure that there is some sort of covering or protection for really sensitive bits of the animal, i.e. the anus. The skin there is softer, the skin is thinner, and if you're going to get any pests and parasites in that area, it's really going to irritate you. And that is the primary use of a tail. Why don't we have nice tails to cover our behinds? Well, they're also not sticking out as we walk around. They're beneath us, and that offers us protection. But that's a very vulnerable area. If an animal gets bitten there, you can expect a lot of bleeding. So it's a place that an animal would want to protect. Hi, Becky. You'd like to know why they push trees down? They push trees down not intentionally. Sometimes, like I said, it's for a bit of fun. But you won't really see that with adults. Sometimes it could be a display of their strength. But the majority of the trees that we see are pushed down are as a result of the animal feeding, getting to a spot where it really likes something, and as a result, it's got to push its weight around to try and get itself there. And sometimes that means that a tree gets pushed down. Also, when they rub themselves against trees to get to an itch, then they can also inadvertently kind of push their weight in it and push it down. They also love the inner bark of trees, or the tree cambium. In order to get to it, they have to strip the bark of trees, or if they're getting frustrated, they might push the tree down so that it breaks, so they can very easily get to that bark. Look at that chewing. I saw a photograph recently of an elephant whose tusks were not in the correct place, or at least one. And you can see that where they are now, they're kind of below the mouth, or the upper lip of the mouth, towards the trunk. And the photo I had seen was of an elephant whose tusk was placed higher than that. And obviously it had been that way from birth. And it had actually pushed through that upper lip. And you could see, or in the picture, you could see the lip over the trunk, the tusk. Thought that must have been very, very painful when it first came about, but then it just grew out. You get lots of tusk misdirection in its growth. You see it a lot. But generally not badly. I mean, it's like crooked teeth, really. Except for when, I suppose, your one tooth is coming out of your lip. Like in the picture that I told you about. But we've seen, like with Fang, that misdirection. And there's been some other elephants around with quite skewed tusks. And that would affect their feeding. But as we've seen with Fang and her herd, she's done very, very well. Even with that, I don't want to call it a deformity, with that misdirection.
Beautiful. So elephants, let's look at the giraffe. Elephants are so very good. Interesting things, interesting animals, especially in this kind of weather, just to look on interactive. And here is Paley giraffe, very interesting young male with this beautiful coat. Hasn't been a lot of a scar on him since he hasn't been involved in a lot of fighting. But as you move away from us, and he's still young, but he's probably trying to keep up with the rest of their friends. Could be around here, it could be far away, depend. But they don't really, not territorial at all. I'm going to see if I can actually reverse back, just to see if we're able to get another visual of this giraffe, which is still there. Just need to find a way in for us to be able to view him again. So this is where he is. It's probably, associating with a lot of birds around here. There's been a lot of birds calling along the drainage line system. Could be, well, sometimes a lot of birds can give alert to animal, especially giraffe and wildebeest, impalas, zebra, and those. You often sometimes, see they always check if they heard a bird calling, and all they do, they just, all pay a lot of attention to that. Could it happen that they are maybe a cat trying to stalk on them, and then finally you see them just or move out of the area. If it's too thick that they can't see what is in a drainage line system, just like that giraffe does. Just move away the scene because not sure what's happening here.
So these lines have actually moved through the thick areas, and then we quickly looped around to see if we could get a view of them. And we came across some nyalas, and they actually stalked the nyalas, but the nyalas gave out a loud bark because one of them spotted the lionesses, and they ran off. And you can see the lioness far up ahead. The way that she's walking and the way that both the lionesses are looking into the thickets, that they are very interested in still hunting. See how she stopped there and just listening around. You can see the black behind her ears also showing us where she's listening to. And these youngsters obviously just walking behind, hoping that the two mothers are going to catch something for them this morning. Remember, just as we got to these lines, we were saying how they are probably going to be hunting because it's nice and cool. See how they actually stopped and are lying down now. I wonder if they can hear something in the bushes, maybe waiting for everything to settle down a bit. And maybe this area has maybe been hunted out a little bit. But I think, let's see if we can keep up with them. They're on the move, and there's some other vehicles that's also going to be joining us in the sighting. So let's see if we can get a bit forward and see if we can go and join them. It's like I said, it's nice and cool and a little bit rainy and so on. So this is ideal temperatures for them to be hunting during the middle of the day. And otherwise, they usually would not be active this time of the day, with it being too hot, especially in the summertime. Right. Let's see if we can catch up with those other vehicles there and with the lines as well. And they are probably going to be heading into some of the more thick areas. So we're going to see if we can stick with them for now. All right. Maggie, you're asking how many lion prides we have on Phinda. So there is actually 3 prides of lions on Phinda that consists of quite a few dominant males as well. So there's 1 pride in the north of the reserve, and then there is 2 prides in the south of the reserve. So this is one of the southern prides, but they are split up at the moment because there's actually 2 lionesses that's not here. That usually would have been with these youngsters as well. Okay, just give a moment for these other vehicles to also move around a bit. That's in the sighting with us. Just going to give a moment and see where they're moving, because it seems like these lions are very active. So I think we're going to stick around for now and actually see what these lions get up to and see if we can get a better view of them.
Well, it's possible you might find them later. So I just moved on after I left my lioness, and I've come to an area where today I want to look for some rhinos, possibly. We have always had a pair of male and female of rhinos in this area, and 1 female, 2 fully grown calf and another sub-adult calf. That's what I want to look for, because I've not been very lucky with getting the city this morning. So I want to show the forest that I'm thinking possibly we might, not that one, get these rhinos. And to be a good thing to see black rhinos, which we have not seen for a number of days. But of course, I mean, on the way towards looking for the rhinos, you could see something else. In the Mara, unlike in South Africa, we only got the black rhinos. And the black rhinos are indigenous or native to this particular area. other parts of the country or other conservation areas, other national parks, like Lake Nakuru National Parks, National Park, or Meru National Park, or Tsavo National Park, we got the white rhinos, but those rhinos there were introduced here from South Africa. They're not native from this particular area. When it gets very hot, it's very difficult to see the one big difference between the blacks and the whites. The whites will be out even in the heat midday, and they'll just be, as usual, grazing, while the black tend to be more quiet, more shy, and they'll tend to retreat in the trees or in the thickets.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm sure we'll have the Mara back in no time. But I'm sure you know it can be difficult out here in the middle of the bush. Or in the middle of the Mara, for that matter. So I'm sure they'll be up in no time. I see a duiker running away very quickly. Are we going to see you? Quick view of the duck. And it's run away. All right, I'm going to keep on going, heading to the west and see what we find there.
Hope she's lucky. We are here in the Masai Mara with hippos out of the water. Now there's other hippos behind the bush, and they seem like they are grazing. Despite the heat of the day, you find hippos out of the water to graze during the day. But they are known to walk out of the water in the evening, especially at dusk. That is their activity when you find them walking out, heading out to graze. And they're always led by the dominant bull. So as soon as they
back with me. Sorry, guys. I'm sure everything will stabilize in a bit. So I am heading south on Orpries. There was another update I wanted to give you besides Nhlangula being mistaken for Tingana, and that was was it 2 mornings ago? 3 mornings ago. You know how it all merges into one big day here. When I had Tandy, and she looked like she was about to hunt in the south near Weaver's Nest. About 10 minutes after we had closed down and show had ended, a young male leopard came to join her there, not her cub. Well, came to join her, Sue's strong set of words. They had a confrontation. I didn't get an ID on who that leopard was, nor did I get any photos, but I suspect it may have been Subuyi's son or the unknown males from Buffelshoek. Interesting stuff. If I know anything else, I'll let you know.
All right, we have decided to leave the meerkats for this morning. Their emergence is really late, and we didn't want to waste this precious morning that we have been given. And look how beautiful it is. Look at the light on this animal. Look how it's illuminating the trees behind this beautiful kudupool. And he's busy browsing off this blackthorn now. So we've had this emergence of all these beautiful flowers. It's the for blackthorn. And after the flowers have done its job, it's now time to produce seeds. And that's what this beautiful, magnificent kudupool was feeding on. Look at those ears, guys. As he walks, you see how they independently move. Excuse me. So as he's walking away, he's visually watching in front of him, but then also he's got the ability to turn his ears back and listen to what is behind him. So if there's anything sneaking up behind him, he's alerted of that presence. And back up to browsing. So looking at the shoulder height of this animal, being at about a meter and a half, you've got quite a high height advantage when it comes to feeding off these bushes, where you have eliminated competition because of your sheer height. The only other animal that will be competing with this would be an eland, which is also a browser. It's a very diverse and very adaptable animal, but predominantly does browse. But if this kudu bull really wants the tippy parts of the bush where it's nice and juicy and tender, or if somebody's browsed on the line that he's feeding on, he'll actually use those beautiful horns to hook branches with and then break the branch with that magnificent set of horns. Seen it quite a lot. It's a tool. You must use them. Same as an elephant using its tusks. These horns are also tools. So getting to parts where nobody's fed on, it's easy to use this little grapnel hook and bring down your preferred feed. And they are almost exclusive browsers. They're one of the most purest browsing species that we have in South Africa. I mean, the greater Kruger, they've been documented feeding on over 130 different plants. And that's a tremendous variety, and it shows you that that animal can select and pick and choose whatever is favorable at the time. So it really allows it to go through periods of high stress, having quite a wide palate, let's say at that. His ears still pointing back. It has to be one of my favorite antelope, just its sheer beauty. It standing still has just got a presence about it. Beautiful. So this is one of two bulls that are in the area. We just came around the corner and we saw the one actually behind the bush. We couldn't see it was a kudu bull. Glenn, can you just go to the right there? That one was using its horns. Just to the right, there's another one busy browsing off a tree. We're just trying to find him quickly. No, just more to the right. Okay, he's moving. Okay, never mind. So there's the second bull. Oh, to the right. There he goes. You can just see the sun illuminating his hindquarters. So bulls like this out of the breeding season will form these loose groups. There we go. Becky, you're on the same thought process as I am. So yeah, females like to stay in female groups throughout the year, and these bulls will associate themselves with a female group within the breeding period, which is typically in South Africa around about winter time, so May, June, July. That's when kudus will mate. So these female groups are fairly stable. They move around, and you have an association of a big dominant bull coming in through the breeding period in search of a reproductive female. But then once the breeding period is done, the bulls disperse. Younger bulls like to stay in groups. Obviously, it's a lot more efficient for you to stay with a partner, with a member of the same species, so that you have competition. And then you can lead up, you can practice, you can fight with other members that you're with for hopefully one day when you are in that situation where you want to fight for mating rights. Big older bulls like to be by themselves. They're like a more solitary form of life. And look at the coloration. If that animal stands still, it disappears. They're also known as the grey ghost of the bushveld.
Well, kudus, apparently we do not have any kudus in the Masai Mara. And they're really wonderful animals or wonderful antelopes to see. But I got a special bird for you here. Let me know where Bunge want me to stop. Keep going. It's the largest bird we got here in Africa, and I'm sure you can get sweeties. So there, and flightless bird. I get excited when I see it. And I'm sure you can guess I'm talking about. Look at him. And when I look at kudus with their huge horns, especially the males, this one reflects to the kudu in terms of size. I mean, look at their legs, their long necks. Look at them carefully. You'll get them picking flowers of bushes. I mean, ostriches are omnivores. and I'm sure you know this is definitely a male. Into the flowers of that bush there, the white ones. Of course, as usual, stop, look around. Am I safe? Anybody coming for me? And most of the lions? No, back to feeding. Typical out here. I mean, not any prey. If we would call ostriches preys for lions, will just feed or do something like drinking without looking around. And when you talk of sexual dimorphism of ostriches, there's always no gray area. It's always black and white, because that was a male, and now we got a female. I don't know how to explain this, but more often than not, I always see the males in front and the females behind. PR, you're asking about the lifespan of ostriches. Ostriches live for long. I mean, I wouldn't say like human beings, but anything from 50 to 75 years, PR. You'd imagine, I mean, they live for very many years. And I've always wondered, why they have such a long lifespan. And two things, I think, being omnivores, they're able to balance their diets very well, number one. Two, as much as they're preyed upon by lions, they tend to deal with the predators very well. But I found out here in the Masai Mara, the ostriches are preyed more by apparently cheetahs and not the lions. And of course the cheetahs definitely will not go for these big birds. They shall prey on their chicks. So I was saying earlier, I do not know why, in general, when you see them moving in a flock or two like this, the males are always in the front and the females at the back. I'm sure the males are more courageous, or they're able to survey or, confirm that ahead is safe and the female just follow slowly. If they're not eating what they are feeding on, I mean, be they flowers or seeds or fruit of some sort, then when they change from being vegetarians, they'll be going to insects. We have seen them eating small little reptiles like lizards, grasshoppers, crickets, beetles. But they'll get small little pebbles that they'll feed on to help in their digestion. I think he was cleaning himself there, I guess. Very fast birds, and that's their fast defense. If anything goes wrong, for example, should a lion or a lioness come out of that bush, she will take off. And they fly very fast, 45 miles an hour or 70 kilometers an hour. And then once cornered, they turn around, or before they turn around, they'll fast kick, before sometimes trying to poke the eyes out of their would-be predators. Well, I'm moving on. I was talking earlier of looking for rhinos. At least you have a giraffe in the background there. And let me continue doing the same as we take you to another location.
So it's unmistakable, the heightened senses of this animal. I mean, if you look at the size of those ears, they are ginormous. Really important tools, and being in the thick vegetation such as it's going through now, you can see that hearing is a very important sense on how this animal picks up all the available information from its environment. There's the second one. Yo. So they're feeding off the blackthorn seed pods, and as well as a bit on the greener parts of the trees, the camel thorns. They're feeding off the leaves of the actual camel thorns. But that antelope just disappears. So the efficiency of colors and markings on an animal's body allows them to disappear, just like you see in view there. So I'm just going to move up just a tiny bit for us. Hopefully Glenn can get into position and we can see what these two beautiful bulls are doing. Feeding behavior like this in the morning is quite important, and we spoke about rumination yesterday, and these two males are just stripping as much vegetation as they can, and they're not chewing it fully. So they're filling up their first chamber, their rumen, and at a later stage they will regurgitate that matter. Sorry about the movements there, and we'll see if we can get them now.
This little one is playing hide and seek with the rain roof pole. Gave me quite a charge. Oh, look at this female's leg just in front of us. It looks like she's somehow dislocated it, but she's still putting weight on it, unless it's an old injury. Oh, I haven't seen that before. That's probably her calf because it's been hanging around while the rest of the herd has been moving forward. She's still moving around really well. And like I said, still putting weight in it. Not her whole weight, but still putting some weight on it. In fact, a good amount of it. Yep, that's her calf. Look at it moving with her. Through a wonderful sighting of the sticks. It's always nice to see animals who have had injuries that they still carry on with and do not affect their survival. Still feeding, still keeping up with the herd. Always makes me happy. Lets me know a little bit about the animal's spirit. I'm going to keep on heading in this direction and see what else we can find.
I hope that is not much of an injury to the poor elephant. We have baboons grooming each other here. We have that young female there with the baby and that male there lying on his belly. He's enjoying the groom. Now when baboons are grooming, that enhances the bond in a troop. What Topi came to investigate. What are you guys doing there? Can I get a groom also? So the male has taken turn to groom the female. So that enhances the bond between members of a troop. A baboon lives in a big troop, and sometimes the troops can be small, where we have a hierarchy order where the top-ranking males get most of the advantage, and they are the ones that lead the troop. See that young one looking at the big guy grooming his mom. So they sometimes get the ticks and lice from the body and they eat them. A super social behavior between baboons. Now baboons can be carnivorous. I've seen them eating small rodents. They can even eat snakes. I've seen them also go for young lambs. Although they don't actually scavenge for carrion, but they can eat live young ones. So that tells you they are omnivorous. They have their roosting areas where they will head each and every evening or night. We have some other baboons there, surrounded by some topis. Because it rained yesterday, the fresh shoots that pop up, they also get the advantage of eating that grass and sometimes the grass seeds. You can see sometimes when they roll over rocks to eat spiders and little scorpions. That one is munching. I like the way they sit and balance themselves by the other hand. Jacqueline, thank you so much for your question. Are baboons aggressive towards humans, Demara? I'll say no. This is simply because baboons here have adapted to a natural behavior. When baboons become aggressive towards humans, that means humans have crossed over and maybe baboons getting closer to the trashes and dump sites. And sometimes when there's no such food or scraps that they come to forage in the dustbin, they end up into people's home. But here, we don't actually feed them, so they've stuck to their natural behavior. So no aggression at all. Oh, look at that teeny tiny baby. I reckon a month old. Yeah. Beautiful. You can see those two moms grooming each other while the babies have come to investigate. So these babies will be hanging around with their mom until they're able to be by themselves. So from birth up to about 3 months, they always be riding on their mother's bellies. And when on a social setting like this, the babies play with each other. This is so cute and nice to see. I'm going to stick around these baboons as we send you over to another safari vehicle.
So, leaving those two magnificent antelope, we were just to the southern side of this lovely pan, and we thought we would do a little update on Shelly's little ones. All 4 of them are still here, doing great by the looks of it. Everybody just taking it easy with the slightly breezy morning that we're having. So these little ones are somewhat near or close to the period when they will start to disperse. Anywhere from 90 to about 120 days, they will remain in the vicinity of the parents. And so it's almost coming to time that we have to bid these little ones farewell, and they'll go off and do their natural thing. Some oryx coming in. There's Mom on the left with her nice whitewashed head, and then some oryx coming down to visit the water. Yo, that female's got long horns. Wow. So the female busy drinking. Look at the length of those horns. Oh my. Oh. It's a male on the left there that just put his horns down against an opponent. Those are 2 males. With oryx, even within the female nursery herds, there's a strict hierarchy. And the hierarchy will be put in place via that action that you just saw there. Horns, obviously, you want to stay a little bit away from the sharp end, and they can become quite aggressive, and that's how they displace and sort each other out. Oh, this looks like a group of males. Sorry, I said that was a female. Oh, everybody's coming out to the water now. Zach, are kudu bulls bigger than oryx bulls? I'm assuming you're asking in weight. Kudu bulls would be slightly heavier, especially the older, bigger ones. These oryx are weighing at about 280, give or take. And then kudu bulls, I think, as I've read in the years, they can hit about the 300 mark. I'd have to double check on that, but hands down, quick answer, I would say kudu bulls are bigger than that of oryx. Oryx are bulky, they're short, they look a lot stockier. The shoulder height of kudu gives you a very false impression that they are lighter in weight. Yeah, very nice comment there from Jamie. I couldn't agree with you more. Gorgeous creatures, I mean, striking. Black and white face, they stand like they're ready to take on the world. And their markings, they're just super beautiful. Very complex animals, well adapted to these dry regions of South Africa. They can withstand crazy diurnal temperatures. And there's a lot of bulls coming to the watering hole, so we might see a clash or two. Obviously a little bit of space is needed for one to feel comfortable, and the horns would definitely be used. Would be used as tools or weapons. Might see a bit of lateral display here just to show I'm bigger than you. Head up. Yes, look at that. The one on the right picking its head right up. And that younger one on the left saying, I need to get out of here. Ears facing forward, alert for any danger. Looks like the one on the right's like, what about me? But those facial markings for me are just the most striking thing. So like I've mentioned before, oryx, roan and sable all have these beautiful facial markings. They're all in the same group or the same tribe. But those facial markings just make them look so fierce. Like warriors, like prehistoric warriors ready to go into war. And you can see from the position that these animals are at now, if you take a look at the horn and take a look at the black stripe coming from the eye down to the chin, you can see how that black stripe can actually fool a predator, accentuating the horn length itself. Beautiful. So one way on how to cool animals' self down, drinking water or panting, would be another way.
Just like the kudu I was talking about before, that we do not have in the Masai Mara, we also have not documented, or we also don't have the oryxes in the Masai Mara. We get them further north of Kenya, and the oryxes are more, I would say, low elevation and semi-arid mammals. But the usual plains zebra are always here. Sometimes we also call them the bachels. And when we look at the coloration of mammals, I do not think there's any other mammal in terms of colors that would compare to the zebra. I mean, I get mesmerized myself just because of the two colors, the black and the white, or the white and black. Whereas all the other mammals, elephants, rhinos, wildebeest, I mean, they all have one plain color. And when I would compare mammals in terms of colors or different shades of colors, I would compare the zebras to the giraffes. I'm looking here at a stallion and a mare, and the one we're just watching was a foal. It's one of the foals, or one of the youngster, and this is the very basic social structure of zebras. Sometimes you'll get one stallion, a few mares, and a couple of foals, a couple of young ones. But one male, one female, and one young one is the smallest, I would say, social structure you'd see from the zebras. Talking of oryxes again, and where you find them north of Kenya, we also have another species of zebra in the same area, north of Kenya, that's north of the equator, that are called the gravy zebras, which are more rare, but they're much bigger in size than these zebras. And I guess the third species of zebra we have in Africa would be the mountain zebra. I think you see them a lot in Tswalu and certain areas of Central Africa. I always remember when I'm talking about these zebras and the black and white, the giraffes with their brownish color and beige color, both of them remind me of the okapis that we do not have anywhere in East Africa, but I think you'll see them in certain countries like DRC Congo. This green grass here that is short have kept these zebras in this particular area. See the beauty of the Mara. Sometimes there's nothing to look, but just look at that charm. And then all of a sudden, boom, animals show up. A big herd of zebras. Elis, very good camera, Bungay. You can see the shimmering there a little bit on the screen, because it's getting a bit warm. And it's always beautiful. I agree with Jarrett, who is directing the show today, that he also thinks that it's just magical to watch some of these landscapes, and when you don't see anything and then just animals pop up, of course, depending on some good job done by the gentleman behind me. Different habitats of the Mara, the plains, the hills, the cliffs, rivers, little streams, escarpments. We also have wells, forests. But you can tell all these animals are way out of the forest. Not sure what that elephant's up to there. Let's just have some good fun. I just thought initially, look at her. She was going to chase off the zebras, but not. She has behaved well, joining the other members of the elephant herd. Now, not all the zebras will leave the Masai Mara when the migration is over. We have what we call permanent residents. But the big herds definitely have started shifting towards the south. From where I am, I highly doubt I'm like, say, the northwest of the Mara Triangle currently, but I do not think I'm going to see another wildebeest until maybe next year in this particular area. They have started the pilgrimage down south, because come early next year, they'll be dropping their calves. I have always thought when they come here, after rutting, you'll always notice their motion is always very fast. They move very quickly when feeding, when running, but as they get to turn around and go towards Serengeti in Tanzania, their movement is always a bit slow. And what I'm saying, or what I think, is because they're getting advanced in their pregnancy, and of course they're getting heavier, and also for the females, when they move, they'll always be moving a bit slowly. I earlier had plans of looking for black rhino, which I've not given up, and I still need to do that. But I just, stopped in this particular area to enjoy all this beauty here. Need to cross a small stream here, and all this water that you see here is all natural, coming up from that area, and will definitely take you to another colleague of mine, find out what she or he got.
One day I will see that horizon in the Masai Mara. What a magical place it is. Very special place on this beautiful and diverse continent. This individual doesn't want dirty water. It's been wading into the water. It's wading into the water and is skimming the cleaner water from this little pan. You get some antelope who really don't mind dirty or brackish water. They'll drink whatever water is available, but for some species they really do prefer the cleaner section of these pans. And so this oryx has decided that no, he's not going to drink the dirty, muddy water. He's going to wade in a little bit more and get some clean, fresh water to soothe his thirst. That facial marking for me is the most stunning part of an oryx. And if we got in view now, you can see that white exposed belly just to the left-hand side of the picture. Also really nice adaptation. You'll see that all arid species of antelope have that whitewashed belly. And that's an adaptation to bounce back the heat that's been pushed up from the burning soil. So it works as a reflective layer. So instead of the animal's body absorbing the heat, that white tummy is going to be reflecting all the heat being pushed up from the ground. And the surface temperature here can be hot, hot, hot. We can experience 40-odd degrees Celsius, and in the midst of summer, this, oh wow, a little bit of mud bathing, cooling himself down, removing external parasites, and it just looks great. Well, it's been an absolutely amazing morning having you guys with us, and all these beautiful sightings that we've been able to share with you have been absolutely incredible. So be sure to join us this afternoon at around 3 p.m. Central African time for the Sunset Safari to make more magical memories. It's been absolutely great, and I hope that everybody has a fantastic day. And we'll see you later. Cheers.
Animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.